The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Champions of the elimination bracket were crowned at the American Cup in St. Louis. With only one shot to stay in the event, the fight for survival was on. 2 games were not enough to decide a victor, with both brackets going to playoffs. Levon Aronian survived 3 rounds in the elimination bracket, only to be knocked out in the final round by Wesley So, who will challenge for the title. Alice Lee won her rematch against Nazi Pakidze, advancing to the championship round. The final battle for the American Cup is about to begin. Day 8 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 8 of the 2023 American Cup, held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day at the entrance of the Forest Park. Well, if you like to do your walks in the morning, you might see a Grandmaster or 2 coming out of the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Well, today we have an exciting day filled with explosive chess. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser and Jovi.
We welcome you to St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. This is Day 8 of the 2023 American Cup. The championship rounds begin live from the St. Louis Chess Club studio. Hello, and a super warm welcome here from the studio. And I have to say, on this very special day, because we have, of course, the grand finals beginning, but it's also your special day, Yasser.
My solar birthday,
yes,
right?
Because, yes, it is happy. I want to wish you a very happy birthday.
Thank you, Jovi.
And it's been an absolute pleasure to be here commentating on all the action.
Likewise, you and Cristian have really made the broadcast a lot of fun, but so have the players, and it all comes down to this. We are in the grand finals, and we have 2 absolutely outstanding matches that we're about to call. Jovi, let's start with the ladies. How did they get to the grand finals?
Yes, let's check it out. In the champions bracket, well, it was a very close match between Alice Lee and Irina Krush, but Irina Krush was just simply triumphant in the playoffs, and this meant that Alice Lee got relegated down to the elimination bracket.
And what happened in the elimination bracket?
You know, she had to face off against Nazi Pakidze, and it was close, but it was Alice who was victorious. And just like the Phoenix, she returns to meet Irina.
And this and then the championship match will be the head-to-head players.
I know.
And in the open section, the open champions bracket.
In the open section, oh, it was such a close match between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. And it was Hikaru Nakamura who, of course, showed his prowess in the speed portion, and he was the champions bracket winner, netting $10,000 bonus and sending Wesley down to the elimination bracket, where Wesley had to play against, well, a very tough opponent, Levon Aronian. And it was close once again, but Wesley So did prevail in the tie breaks.
And here's the championship match, the grand finals championship match. Hikaru Wesley, rematch. And tell us about the format of these 2 grand final matches.
Yes, with pleasure. And you can see that the tournament did separate into 2 brackets. Champions bracket playing a classical 90 minutes and 30 seconds, and elimination bracket playing a rapid. But because this is the grand final, the players will be playing at a classical rate, 90 minutes plus a 30-second increment, and no draw offers.
Nice. And the schedule for today and for tomorrow is as follows.
Yes. And we are going to be treated to some fantastic games. Today, we're going to see 1 game played at the classical time control.
For both matches.
Yep. And tomorrow, that's, tomorrow is where the action happens because the match will be decided. And if Wesley So and Alice Lee do make a big comeback, we're going to be in for a treat on Sunday. Will there be playoffs again?
And we have Cristian in studio to tell us how these players fare against one another in their head-to-head clashes. Good to see you, Cristian.
Good to see you guys, and first of all, happy birthday, Yasser.
Thank you.
To quote a great man, yeah, baby.
Yeah.
It's Grand Finals Day. It's Grand Finals Day, and we have some amazing competitors. And let's take a look at their head-to-head as we are entering this final stage of the event. We're going to start with the championship bracket. Well, the grand finals of the open section. That is Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura versus Grandmaster Wesley So, who came back yesterday against Levon Aronian. After being defeated in the Blitz section by Hikaru, he came back and defeated Levon Aronian in the Rapid and Blitz portion. Just an incredible performance by Wesley So, and he came yesterday. Look at him. He looks refreshed, right? He's chatty today with his soon-to-be opponent. Hikaru seems to be in great spirits. He had a rest day as well. But let's take a look at the world rankings of these players, because this is what strikes me as a little bit odd. We see number 5 versus number 8 in classical, number 10 versus number 3 in rapid, but a huge discrepancy in the Blitz world ranking. Number 2 for Hikaru Nakamura after, I believe, is Magnus Carlsen versus number 19 for Wesley So. And this is where the difference was made in their first encounter as well. It was Hikaru Nakamura who took down Wesley in the Blitz portion of that match. So this is what I'm looking at for today and the next couple of days in this particular matchup. But let's take a look at what's happening in the ladies section as well. Just two incredible competitors. Grandmaster Irina Krush versus FIDE Master Alice Lee, who, as Jovi mentioned, defeated Naji Paikidze in a very tense matchup yesterday. And right now she's booking another meetup with Grandmaster Irina Krush. In their classical matchups, 2 wins for Irina, 0 losses and 5 draws. In the rapid matchup, 2 wins, 0 losses and 0 draws. Wow, Alice Lee never defeated Irina Krush, either in classical, either in the rapid and blitz format. Just an incredible performance for Irina Krush so far at the 2023 American Cup. But the fun fact, let's take a look at how many decisive games we've seen in this event. We started off with 50% in day 1, but look at day 5, 11 out of 15, but 7 out of 7 decisive games were in that incredible match that went all the way to the Armageddon, the match between the defending champion Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. Levon Aronian was the victor in that one, but what a thrilling match that was. We stand right now at 54.3% decisive games. Well, we've had a lot of fight in this tournament and a lot of fight still left in the tournament, and we'll be here to call all the action.
Thank you, Cristian, for that. And of course, the honor of winning the American Cup is what's at stake, but so is a lot of money.
Yes.
Jovi, stealing your line. We'll let you say it's all about the honor.
It's all about the honor. Yes, so it's not about the money, but it is.
But it is. And what is at stake?
And in the open section, the first prize is $50,000. Second place takes $35,000. And I have to mention also, Hikaru has already netted a $10,000 bonus just for winning the champions bracket.
And in the ladies?
And in the women's, it's also equally impressive. First prize of $25,000, second at $18,000, and Irina, of course, has already emerged with a $5,000 bonus for just winning the champions bracket. And there she is, getting scanned for any devices or...
Exactly. And if the if the champions of the champions bracket do win these matches, there will be no play on Sunday. There will be no playoff, but there will be a blitz tournament, a 40-player Swiss.
Yes, that is happening regardless. But it will be 9 blitz rounds, no draw offers, fast, furious time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And get this, includes players from local universities and eliminated American Cup participants. Read world's best players there.
And full coverage of this, what promises to be an exciting event, will be starting at 1:20 local time for us. And we'll look forward to that calling action. I love blitzes. The players are getting into the zone. And even though, Cristian, you said this is a lopsided scores, at 13 years young, you don't discount the opponent across the board, because Alice Lee is getting better and better and better with every experience over the board that she has.
And she's getting closer to defeating Irina Krush. We remember their last classical encounter when Alice was white. On the board, she was winning in that endgame, managed to swindle Irina in that one, but also Irina made one move with half a second left on her clock. So that could have easily been Alice's Lee first victory against Irina Krush. So definitely she's getting closer and closer.
And
Yeah.
look at this.
Irina Krush.
I have to suppress a smile, because my whole career I was an English player. And in both games, what do we have?
The
One
English.
C4.
We're having the
Finally, the training has been working for both players. One C4. Now, normally speaking, I played C4 with the idea of getting a queen pawn opening while avoiding certain lines. For example, like the Grunfeld. The Grunfeld players couldn't get the setup they would like against me. What is it, well, I was about to say, what is it that Hikaru is aspiring for when he plays the English? He got E5. And is that the usual routine move for Wesley?
That's a good question. I think Wesley plays a lot of things. E6 is one of them. E5, obviously, if he feels a bit more aggressive. But supposedly E5 is objectively the best move to counter C4 with, just because you want to fight for the center as fast as possible. You give me the opportunity to fight for the center as fast as possible, yes, let's do it. C4,
Right.
E5.
Nice.
By the way, after this move, knight to F3. Knight to C6 is the main line, which he does. E4 is a very intriguing sideline, I have to say.
I'm actually not getting any moves.
And
Update of my board. E4. So this is the Magnus Carlsen line. I don't even know what to call it, because even though I'm aware of it, I never thought it was serious enough to give it a name. But when Magnus started playing it, then I was paying attention.
He was among the
E4.
first ones from the lead pack to play it, and he played it actually in the World Championship match. So,
Right.
in the rapid portion. So that was definitely a surprise for us as well. Bishop to B4, bishop to C5, those are two moves that supposedly equalize the game. And if you remember, this was played in this match between Begim and Nemtsova. And Nemtsova
Right.
played the move D6, which is very passive, allows D4. Get the bishop out, which he did. Wesley knows exactly what to do. The position is quite dry, I have to say. After bishop b4 and then d6, white is going to be able to get the dark square bishops, a3, bishop c5, maybe knight a4 at the right moment. But in general, it's not enough. So I'm curious to see what Hikaru will be bringing to the table today, because once again, I personally haven't found an advantage for white, and I analyzed this position quite a lot.
For me, the question is, since you said my bishop's going to get hunted down, I might as well capture the knight and at least inflict a little bit of damage, right? Double up the pawns. In my view, once I've doubled up the pawns, the only thing that white has as a break that makes any sense is the moves f4 and c5. And I don't think that those are coming anytime soon. This is all still standard theory, Cristian, after bishop takes c3 and b takes c3?
No, bishop takes c3 is not considered to be a good move, no.
Is not considered to
No,
be
no,
a
no,
debate.
no.
Because?
A3, bishop to c5. Bishop takes c3, take on c3. I think you just don't give the bishop in a way that you want to give the bishop. Now there's more imbalances in the position, and perhaps this is something that black is trying to avoid. There's the b file open, we have a d4 supported by the pawn on c3, so there's a way in which white is going to be able to defend the pawn on e4 with the move queen to c2, maybe perhaps even g3 and bishop to g2, and then at the right moment play the move d4, and you cannot recapture on d4, because if I do manage to take back with the c pawn and create this beautiful center, that's going to be problematic. So in general, black shies away from taking on c3 with the bishop goes bishop to c5. This is what we see right now in the game.
I was just going to say, doesn't this remind you of Ro Lopez, the Chigorin variation, but with colors reversed?
Chigorin?
Isn't that called Chigorin?
Chigorin?
Chigorin.
Chigorin?
Yes.
Chigorin?
Yes. Chigorin?
Tomato, tomato.
Chigorin. I love it. Chigorin. the new bestseller. Chigorin variation of the Rui Lopez. It kind of, yeah.
Right.
Well, grandmasters always do that. They make these comparisons. Doesn't this look like a Sveshnikov? Doesn't this look like a French? What are the pluses and minuses? Yes, but I hear you loud and clear. Yes. Chigorin, indeed.
Yeah, Chigorin. Okay, I've been corrected.
Bishop c5, and play continued. b2, b4.
B2, before.
As you said, hunting down
knight A4
the bishop.
as you need to do this type of
Right.
stuff.
And then this imbalance will result in a half-open A file for black. Now,
Well, bishop to d4 is the main move. In
Bishop
this
to
position.
d4?
By far, yes.
by
yes.
far even. So that after knight takes, you're saying this knight is a little bit offside, huh?
Yes, bishop to d4 is one of the options. Bishop to g4 is also an option.
That was exactly what I wanted to ask you. Bishop to g4 catches my eye because, you know, the moment I put my knight on d4, I'm a happy camper, right? So I assume the line would go takes bishop e3 or bishop b2?
Bishop e3 makes more sense.
To-
Well, no, bishop e2. Bishop e2, sorry.
Bishop e2 makes
Bishop
more sense?
e2.
So if I take this animal and
No,
plop my knight...
not bishop e2, bishop b2. Because you have to
Bishop
defend.
B2.
Yeah, you have to defend against knight takes b4.
Yes.
That was.
Okay, and I was going in the same direction here. How good or bad? How do we evaluate? I mean, a lot of pieces just came off the board. Doesn't black have an easy equality?
It's supposed to be very easy, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
You
it's
have
supposed
to
be very
take that.
easy.
Can I just point out one cheap
Yes,
little
please
tactic?
do. Oh, it caught your eye, did it? What's
yes.
that?
Well, if you try to defend the pawn with c5,
Oh, yes.
one always has to remember
Yeah,
this
these-
old chestnut.
Absolutely. The knight is no longer pinned, and knight takes d4. I think I probably fell for that like a dozen times before it really conked me on the head and
Yes.
said, right, let's not do that again anymore. But surely, yeah, bishop takes f3 and something, with the position so closed, all 16 pawns on the board, bishop versus knight, I don't think the knight is in any way inferior.
By the way, bishop to g4 was played. That's Wesley's option.
Right,
Okay.
not
Instead of
the
bishop
move
to
bishop to
d4,
d4,
yes.
yes. But that was the first move that caught my eye because I wasn't afraid of knight takes b6. I was thinking a takes b6 and your knight takes b4. Suddenly, I'm the first to make a threat. Yay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the position is closed. And one thing I have noticed about Hikaru's match strategy, especially when it comes to playing Wesley,
Yeah.
is he wants to take it to the playoffs.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, we saw how superior it was in the blitz.
In
You
the
know,
blitz,
Wesley almost didn't have a chance.
Right.
Yeah.
But in the rapids,
But in the rapids, that was a different set.
it could easily have gone the other way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, in the rapid, not so much, in fact. And I've noticed that
Wesley
Hikaru
was winning.
He was winning, and Hikaru actually dropped to number 10 in the world in the live rating list in the rapid portion. I have no idea how that happened because Hikaru was always among the top 3. But in the blitz portion, if we go all the way to the blitz, that's where the big discrepancy lies. Number 2 versus number 19. I mean, you're barely making top 20 as Wesley. So, Yeah, I think this is a clear strategy, a loophole that Hikaru could be trying to take advantage of. Try to shorter the time control. And you can do that by drawing in the classical and maybe managing to survive the blitz, or the rapid, excuse me, and then take it to the blitz, where Wesley has been shaky, I have to say. The shorter the time control goes, whenever we see Wesley down to his last minute, last few seconds, that's when he starts to make pretty serious mistakes.
Exactly. By the way, we did see the move Bishop G4, Bishop E2, munch, munch. And finally, we're caught up to the players. Knight takes B6, anticipating A takes B6. Two knights versus two bishops. But those two bishops are not going to last. I'm going to take this.
I was going to ask that question, actually.
Yeah.
If you were to develop the bishop, the dark square bishop.
For example, Bishop E3 or Bishop B2.
I don't think. And then would black just go cemento with C5?
Yes, that's definitely a major choice.
Yeah, or do you...
I'm thinking, you know, once I take this bishop off the board and I deny you the advantage of the two bishops, in a closed position, I don't think the knight is inferior at all to the bishop. Also, a definition of a closed position is very simple. Closed positions are when 16 pawns are on the board. You have your 8 pawns, I have my 8 pawns, closed position. Half open position, a single trade of pawns.
Yep.
Open position, 2 pawns have been traded off the board. Then the position's open. That's when the bishops shine and they say,
Yeah.
right, here we go. So I'm eliminating this light squared bishop with the move knight takes F3. If I'm playing in a Swiss, I don't trade the pieces.
Okay.
Because I have to win
You
as
have
black.
to win, but
Yeah.
how are you going to win this as
Yeah,
black?
I'll play for C6 and D5, or I'll play for, in a dream world, Rook A7, Queen A8, triple on the A file, and attack the pawn on
Right.
A3.
But I mean, for me, White's plan is so much simpler. You know,
What's White's plan?
White's plan is just a castle, step back with a light squared bishop.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's
Castle,
do it. Let's
castle.
put me to the test.
Indeed.
Yeah, you go for that plan.
I'm going for your pawn, baby. Give me your pawns.
Don't worry, I have a solution for that.
Okay.
So I go, I don't know, G3.
G3.
Yes.
Okay, so now I see that you are in fact planning to retreat your bishop,
Right.
followed by F4. And that's kind of disconcerting, so
You take it off.
I'll take it off and I'll go with...
Okay, and this was my grand plan of defense. Bishop goes back to C1.
Wow.
Ta-da.
Seizing the defensive.
Seizing the defensive. But you know, I have plans for the rook. The rook will come up to A2.
And slide
And
over.
you know, when I've broken open the position with F4,
Okay, okay.
I'm ready to pounce.
I get that. I kind of like that, and I have put my queen on a wayward square. That's for sure. So probably it means just here. I'll use the G3. I'll use the queen in a nicer way. I'll put the queen, let's say here, and I'll put this. So you'll have to play your
Yeah, I'm
rook
probably
A2,
rook A2 regardless.
rook over, bishop here.
Bishop back.
Now, normally speaking, whenever I have double pawns, I am looking to trade them off. I do feel that double pawns are a weakness, and so in this particular position, I would aspire to play the move B6, B5. Sometimes when I have double pawns on the king side, I rather like them.
Right.
I'm not trying to trade them off. But in this case, I feel kind of balanced, and I can understand why somebody might like White's position or Black's position. Take us to the Alice Lee game, if you will, Cristian.
Absolutely, and you remember I told you about this move E4?
Yes.
Yeah.
This came on the board in
Okay.
today's game between Irina Krush and Alice Lee. She did play the move E4, knight to G5, and by the way, this is when Irina started thinking about the position, so it doesn't seem like she's very familiar with the structure. Knight to G5, C6, giving up the pawn on E4, you have a couple of ways in which you can capture this pawn on E4. You can do it right away with knight takes E4, or you can wait with this move, queen to A4. It's all about this idea of black playing the move D5 and taking the center, taking control of the center. If you do go queen to A4, D5 doesn't really work because you just simply take, and now you cannot recapture back on D5. So What you have to do in this situation is either defend the pawn with the move queen to e7, either play the move b5, and this is the one that I usually favor, and I really like this idea of b5 take, and now play the move d5. If you take, you're already in a very, very bad position after the move queen to b6. You don't want to take as many pawns. So queen to e7, by the way, it's also an idea at this point, and now I'm retreating. I closed up the bishop on f8. Now you have to spend a few moves to get that bishop out, queen to e5, and then get the bishop out. Also, the idea is that you cannot play d5 because I take, and now I take on d5.
Surprise.
Guess what? Surprise, surprise, the bishop on c8 is hanging. You take, I take on c8, and this is a very bad position for a black, close to pretty much losing at this point. So, what can you do in this position? Once again, this idea of b5 followed by d5 is an option, but she did not play queen to a4. Well, I mean, you see a free pawn on e4, a centralized pawn like this, you want to take it, especially if you don't know the ins and outs of the position. This is the natural response. Take on e4, take on e4, d5. This is what we have in the position right now. In general, you want to take, because if you don't, then I have ideas of even taking on c4, re-establishing the material balance, and that position is more or less okay for black. So you want to take. It has its trade-off, this exchange, because now my knight comes to c6 in one move, and c6 is a very, very good position for the knight. Can potentially try to land on c2 via b4 or d4. Knight to g3 is the main line, and now h5. We're surely going to see this.
Relentless.
Surely we're going to see this if she goes with the knight to a g3, because this is the topical main line. This is one pitfall that Irina needs to avoid. After the move e3, makes a lot of sense, makes some space for the knight, h4. It is very tempting to give this check first, bishop to b5, and say that after that I'm going to go knight to e2, I'm going to castle, I finish my development, and I'm doing fine. You're not doing fine, because you were actually getting killed on the king side on the light squares. h3 at this point, and once you go g3 and castle, I'm going to have ideas of queen f3, queen f6, queen f3. You're in big, big trouble in this position. And if I remember correctly, you have to be extremely precise not to get checkmated. You do not want to see this on the board as white, but it's very tempting. I'm telling you, whenever you play e3 and you see this check on b5, get one more piece out, very, very tempting. She has to do this. After e3, h4, she has to go back to e2. It looks ugly, but slowly, slowly, you will get your pieces out. You're going to go d4, knight to f4, or knight to c3, queen to f3, get the bishop out, and play the position as is. Still a lot of compensation for black, and Alice Lee knows exactly what she's doing. She created a very early on imbalance in the position. I have my eyes on this game, guys, because this is going to catch fire.
And we do have that trade on d5 as you prescribed, and
knight
g3 on the board.
Yep.
Irina following the
And we're going to go
being a pawn up.
We're going to see h5.
We're going to see
h5
h5.
instantly.
Yes,
I like
yes.
this relentless thing, because you don't want white to just go e3, bishop e2, and consolidate, but you want to keep the pressure, you want to keep the initiative. h5, h4, h3, that sure makes a lot of sense to me.
And I was going to ask, if you do something daft, because you know Cristian was talking about playing e3.
Yes.
If you just were like, oh, I don't want that pawn to get to h4. If I go h5 myself, then presumably the bishop will park itself on g4 and
Let's take a
difficult
look.
to develop, right?
That's right. That's a very good point. And actually, after bishop to g4, it's already bad for white. Black is better right now.
Right.
Is it even? It's just that.
It's
just
bad.
stop.
It's really bad because
like whoa, and you really don't want to.
Take that away from me. My eyes, yes.
Yeah, glazed over. Don't play f3 there.
No, she played e3.
e3, yeah.
Yes.
I'm telling you,
Okay.
this is the moment after the move h4.
Which
It's going to be very tempting to play bishop b5. So I'm curious to see whether she will play bishop b5 or knight to e2.
no, I'm sure she's going to play knight e2, just because what you said, it's so straightforward that, you know, with the bishop missing from f1, h3 is obviously all those light squares on the king side are just so weak. You have to leave your bishop back on f1. But then the question was, if she does leave her bishop back on f1, how do you keep up that relentless pressure? I'm not sure the move h3 is what you wanted.
No, generally
because
just
knight f4 and suddenly white's the one who's got the development, right?
get the pieces out. Just go knight c6, bishop d6.
Okay, so
Just
knight
ask
c6.
white, how are you going to get the
I'm
pieces
doing
out?
it slowly. h3. I'm assuming bishop to d6.
Bishop d6,
yeah.
And let's say just d3. And I'm going to try to, slowly unwind.
Right.
And I admit that you do have,
Castle.
yeah, pretty decent pressure for a pawn.
Bishop d2.
Yeah, and bishop c3 is on my agenda.
Well, I have ideas of d4 in that case.
Exactly. That was what I thought you were going to have to do. And I was more or less asking, at least with my pawn on h3, you don't have bishop g4. is
No,
it?
but how do you continue your development? I go queen f6.
Queen, I'm going to give one pawn back, that's for sure.
That's okay, but
Then you're going to
you're also
get on
running
the
the risk
diagonal.
of getting checkmated. Yeah.
I see.
So the initiative, despite the fact that we exchanged a lot of pieces, doesn't stop.
Remarkable.
And also
Castles,
there's
queen
bishop-
takes is what we're
Right.
fearing, this idea of a battery. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Chevy.
I was also going to say, if you put your dark square bishop on the wrong square, this is for the white side,
Right.
there's even bishop takes h.
Like for something like this,
Yeah, you can
I get
kinda
in
see-
trouble with
Yeah,
bishop.
rook takes e3,
Yeah.
and then also if you castle,
Yeah, this is not
Oh,
nice.
this is bad.
And if I castle, sorry.
and if
yeah.
you castle, now what I was thinking is obviously you take the pawn,
Yep.
and one thing to kind of bear in mind is that white's pieces are not very coordinated. So apart from the battery, you also have these ideas of going bishop takes h3 at the right time, and maybe even rook e6, and lift it all up to the
yeah,
king side.
yeah. I must admit, my slow play really did get
You should put the
walloped.
pawn on d4. You shouldn't keep the pawn on d3. You really want to put the pawn on d4 and try to clamp down on the structure like that.
And could you kind of go a little bit Caro-Kann-like? Yeah, after d4, try to run with the king. No, you can't.
Run
Yeah,
with the king.
run with the king to the queen side. But,
No running.
no running, because
The
also the
bishop
pawn
F-
on f2 is super
Yeah.
weak.
Yeah.
So you're gonna
Okay.
have to.
Very enterprising pawn sacrifice, I must say. In my practice, funnily enough, I have had this position as white. Nobody played c6 against me, but a number of my opponents did play the move b5. And at first, I thought this was a joke opening, but then I began to understand that if I do take the pawn, much like what Cristian was saying, the compensation is actually quite fearsome after d5. And I found myself playing a little bit timidly the move d3. I did get advantages, but it is a strange move b5, and I must admit, nobody played c6 against me. So this is kind
this
of
is a new
recent,
idea. This is a new idea. This is a very
recent
very
topically.
recent idea.
Yeah.
I think Keimer, if I'm not mistaken, has tried it just last year for the first time. Let's see, c6. Keimer, yes, Abdusattorov versus Keimer from February 2022. That was kind of the stem game that I remember. And after that, a lot of very top-level players started playing this idea with c6. It's a very good opening, especially for rapid chess. For classical, okay, there are some pitfalls. Obviously, you're giving up a pawn, and I do have a pretty secure position if I manage to get that pawn to d4. You have to be very fast and very precise with your compensation. But if you know what you're doing and your opponent doesn't, which seems to be the case right now for Irina and Alice, well, Alice might actually have the upper hand in this game with the black pieces. And by the way, look, she's taking a lot of time for this move knight to e2. I'm telling you, she's considering bishop to b5. It feels natural to try to get your pieces out. Now, you have to understand the trade-off is just simply not worth it. You're letting go of your light squares on the king side.
Right.
And that will be deadly in the long run.
Right. And because we're going to be playing classical chess today, no elimination games, no rapid games, now is a very, very good chance for our audience to join the conversation, to stump our commentary panel with your questions. We do have Talia and Krush
Yeah.
are manning our social media. So this is how you can do it. Ask the commentators.
You can simply tweet us using the hashtag #TheAmericanCup. Again, send us your questions, send us your comments, send us whatever you like. We also like selfies.
All right, and we will be ready for you. By the way, Irina is actually thinking a lot about this moment. We know from Cristian that bishop b5 check would be falling into a dangerous position,
Right.
but she is considering it
I don't
and not
think
playing
she's
knight
just
e2.
considering that, because I just see one game on the database. It could be a disaster. But they did play it knight h5.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Knight
It's not very
h5.
intuitive, is it?
No.
Put your knight on the edge of the board.
Well-
But it has been played by 2 international masters.
Really? Okay. So the reason why I would reject knight h5 is because I see it as a one-way ticket only. You're going to be playing knight f4 whether you like it or not. Whereas I see the move knight e2, and I say, well, I'm giving myself options.
She played bishop b5. Guys, I told you, this is a big pitfall. It's very tempting to get the bishop out with a tempo. Not good.
Not good.
Now Alice Lee is officially and objectively in the driver's seat.
Standing well. Bishop b5, knight c6, knight e2, knight h5? No. Knight e2, h3. This, well, Irina
h3.
did this for a reason. Let's see if we can.
G3
I
has to be
have
done.
to play g3. Let's see move on move, Cristian. What is the? You mentioned queen f6 and queen f3, but exactly here, how does Alice?
I can try with a6.
a6.
Yeah.
Hunting down the light square bishop
what you're
makes a
going to do.
lot of sense.
Makes loads of sense. Bishop.
Let's take it.
You're going to take it. Okay.
Okay. I understand. But now, you know where I'm going with my king, right? I'm not.
You're not going short castle?
I'm not going that way. I'm going exit stage
Let's
left.
go bishop d7.
Bishop David 7?
Yeah.
Okay, b6.
Well, could you kind of stop that idea with queen f6 as opposed to, or are you?
I might play it anyway.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, very good.
Blimey. Or, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would maybe, I don't know.
Bishop d7.
But let's see bishop d7 just for a second. So, again, we're pawn up. You've got all kinds of light square control. But I do have a clear idea. Bishop b2, castles, and okay.
Let's play it normally. Bishop d6.
Bishop David 6, bishop b2.
Castle.
Whoa, castles. Okay.
No, you can jump.
Where can we jump, Jovi?
Can you live with your king in the
Can I?
center?
Dangerous.
As long as you can.
It's not the
And then
bong
other-
cloud. I think
No.
the bong cloud is you go e3 and king e2. That's the
Right.
bong cloud. But how about
F3? I
F3
thought
and
about
king F2? So now I'm beginning to fear the rush of the a pawn
That's why I want to live in the with the
with
king
in the center.
in the center as long as I can, and
I
then
do have a pawn shield, don't I, with the king on F2? How good or how bad is this, Cristian?
It's balanced. It's still
It's
balanced, but
balanced.
it's black who's in the driver's seat. After
Serious?
f3 is not a great move. F3, I will go c5,
C5,
and then I will,
king F2.
open up this diagonal for my bishop. This is not looking great. Yeah, rook to c8. It's a long-term initiative,
Press.
in fact. Yes, press, compensation, however
Okay.
you want to call it. Maybe this is something that is going to be difficult for Alice to understand if she hasn't studied this type of positions extensively. Maybe she will try to do something really, really quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Knight c6, I don't know how you do that, but perhaps she will be tempted by those ideas. She has to play it slow. Bishop d6, get your king to safety, go short castle, and just play a long game in which you have the superior control of the light squares because of the light square bishop.
You see, and I wouldn't have felt that to be the case. Here's where my judgment would probably mislead me. I look at the position, I say, yeah, white's cramped, and yeah, black has the two bishops, and I don't really have an active plan, but I falsely believe I'm solid. Like,
Yeah.
it's good, it's okay, like, what's wrong? And apparently Alice has a very good position here. I mean,
Yes, and thank you, Yasser. But we have a very special announcement. Because today
My
is
spidey
a
sense is
very
tingling.
special day. Happy birthday! Take a look at this.
Here it comes. Wow, Christian, you have aged terribly.
I know.
I mean, oh my goodness. Over the years, the transformation. My goodness.
Great memories. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, but that earlier photo of Christian, you can see a remarkable difference. I mean, coaching will do that, they say.
I mean, my hair has turned white, gray. It's just, It's all
beard's
going
a little bit
downhill after
longer.
30, yeah, sir. I mean, that's the way it is.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, production team. That was very cute. Very cute. But you have the game of Hikaru in front of you. Is this what it's come down to?
I was trying to see what's happening in this game, and not that much has happened. So this is, and I believe we all already saw this in your analysis, if I'm not mistaken, something along the lines of take on b6, castle, queen to d7. You're not really in a hurry to take on f3 because you can grab that bishop whenever you want. Bishop to b2, this is the position. Once again, the same trend seems to be repeating. Hikaru is playing very quickly in the opening. Wesley is thinking a lot in the opening, trying to pick and choose his choices. And this is what we have right now. Knight takes f3 was just played. This has been seen in a couple of games between Gyulapap and Medvegi and Petrov versus Voigt. So not the elite level, but still this surely has been analyzed by very strong players. So queen takes f3, I would assume you're going to go castle. You also have the option of trying to force the queen trade with a move queen to g4.
Yeah.
Yes. Now is the question, is he going to sidestep that with a move queen to e3, or is he going to take on g4? Queen to e3 has been seen in the previous game. The problem with this is that you don't have a lot of forces as white around the king side, and I can try to take advantage of that with the move knight to h5. Knight to h5, knight to f4 is coming very quickly. It does seem like that gives black enough compensation for the fact that there's a knight versus a bishop that could potentially open up after the move d4. So you have to be careful from a strategical point of view as black. You have to do things fast. By the way, castle was
played.
Wesley's choice, not queen to g4. Castle, queen to e2 immediately responded by Hikaru, still following that game that I was mentioning, Pap versus Medvegi. That one was with queen to e7. The engine is saying queen to g4 is fine.
Yeah. I like queen g4
Queen
as well.
to g4.
Do you know
yes.
something? I feel that black has to do something, otherwise he's going to drift
F4 and
into
the long
something much more.
diagonal.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I was looking at
There's
that and I was
poison.
almost salivating. You know?
Right, like, oh boy, you saw sacrifices coming to f6. And that for that reason, queen g4.
Start with queen g4.
To kind of slow down that queen f4. So for example, queen g4, f3. Now you would dream that the queen would retreat that way. Now you've got everything you want. You're in the driver's seat. But queen h5 temporarily slows you down. And again, I feel that if you're getting into a position that is closed versus a bishop, the knight's okay. The knight will somehow, fish around and.
But even this, I have so much space, right?
You do.
If you do get the move f4 in the position and you have to respond with the move. For example, after f4, can I play something like f5? I really
Yes.
just want to exchange
Yes.
as many pieces as possible. No, f5 with black.
Oh, I beg
Right.
your pardon.
Respond
Yeah.
f4 with f5.
Okay.
It's all about exchanging and trading as many pieces as possible.
Okay. It's funny how the coach is willing to make pawn weaknesses, whereas I feared making.
I just want to simplify the position, yes,
Yeah.
and get rid of your bishop,
But I don't know,
So-
isn't there some problems with your b7 pawn?
Exactly. We want.
There might be. There might
Rook
be.
F. I don't know.
What I'm looking is that the material is quite limited, and maybe this is going to play in my hands.
I don't see an immediate exploitation.
And you also have the a3 weakness, right? You go
Right.
queen f3, I go c6. Once again, material is very limited. You do have one weakness that you're attacking, that's the pawn on e5, but I also have the pawn on
Queen
a3.
takes c4.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a passer. Aren't
Well
you
done.
impressed? Aren't
Well
you
done.
impressed? Yeah, that looks rather balanced. So F5, I think you're right. I think you do have that opportunity as well.
And,
Can we try to stop you from going f4 as much as possible? So queen g4, f3, and now I go queen g5.
Oh, excuse me. Just here. Yeah, keeping an eye over that square.
Not only that, but I'm also keeping the extra square h5 for my knight. So I have ideas of knight h5, knight f4, or knight h5, f5.
Gotcha. All right. I'm kind of influenced by this move, F3. G3. Sorry.
Can I
please.
ask the most
Please.
critical question, which
The
was...
most critical
Yeah, it is the
question.
most critical question because I was, if we were to rewind just a few more moves when we get to the trade.
Right here.
Yeah,
Tell
so
me-
queen e2, queen g4, what happens if I just go, you know what? 2 rooks and a bishop, dream pairing.
Okay.
2 rooks and a knight, not so good.
You want to trade.
I want to trade.
And knight takes?
That was a long-winded way of saying that.
It-
h3,
Okay.
you're in my side, and now f4.
Okay. And this is where I'm saying that usually in a closed position, the knight versus the bishop,
Right.
the knight will find a circuit.
Right.
Really, I'm looking at the position and I'm saying to myself, if I could drop the knight, where would I drop it? I'd probably drop it on the d4 square. Not so easy to get there, but
Yeah,
okay, I
and-
do have a route.
And if white tries to accelerate the play immediately.
Immediately.
Immediately. I would just
With?
kind of, with d4,
With d4.
I realised that I'm burning quite a few bridges.
Well,
but, you
I
know,
do understand the 5-pawn attack.
But I just
mean,
wanted to put this one to the test for
okay,
everyone.
Right.
To kind
And, well, you've kind
Yeah.
of take some responsibility with all your
Rookie
pawns.
one. Yeah.
This one, yes?
Yes.
Okay, now my knight is doing absolutely
Nothing.
nothing.
So the king in. I mean,
King
but
up.
I mean,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, so this type of position where,
You've
okay,
got
yes,
your nice
I have the
space.
space, I
I
have pawn
understand.
weaknesses. I completely admit to that.
Right. And you've got your king.
And I
but,
got my king up. I mean,
but you know, I've seen these top players. It's somehow they get these cramped positions, but they're solid, right? I
Right.
mean, you're the normal way, Jovi, that you're going to defeat your opponent in this position is you're going to win some material, and to win material, you need a target.
right.
So in your mind, as you look at black's position, you say, the only thing you can really target is the f6 pawn. And I anticipate that you will go g4,
Yeah,
h4, and g5.
Of course.
And I'll make a repair job, and I will cut you off at the pass by playing h6 and start
But like
trading
this
everything.
type of position, I
Yes.
mean, on a practical level, I mean,
Queen
what
takes
are-
g4.
Queen takes g4.
You have an edge.
I have an edge.
Yeah.
So white has. I would also agree with that. White's
Yeah,
black
you
is
do.
solid.
But you're the one enjoying the space. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. These guys, for you to defeat them, you need more rope. It's going to be very hard. Okay, we'll keep that. We'll keep our eye on this game. Shall we go over to you in the Alice Lee game, Christian? Because
Sure.
that game,
Nothing has happened
nothing
yet.
severe. Yeah.
But what strikes me as odd is that Alice seems to be out of her book. So perhaps she did not anticipate this move bishop to b5. She saw the engine eval, she understood that it's bad, but she didn't go deeper than that. So maybe she doesn't know exactly how to approach this position, whether to go h3 first, whether to go bishop d6 or a6. These are the things that Alice is considering right now. Still thinking h3, to my eyes at least, makes the most sense. Just create as many weaknesses. And it's the most logical, right? The bishop has left the king side unprotected. The light squares should be exploited. And this is exactly how to do so with the move h3. That's the natural response in this position. Let's wait and see what Alice is going to do.
Right. Okay. I'm still struggling
You
with
had
the
it,
queen
you had
g4.
it.
I
You
had it.
Yeah, you had it.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Where?
No,
What?
so the next one.
Next one?
That was Alice. No, that's it. That's perfect.
This is Hikaru.
Yeah, this is Hikaru. And
Right.
then once you,
I hit it again.
yeah.
That's Hikaru.
And again.
And again.
It's not working for us.
I'm in a loop. I feel like I'm in the Matrix and I can't get out.
The problem is your companion is not great either. So I'm sorry.
We're perfectly matched. we're in deep trouble here. Okay, that's not what we wanted actually, and I'm having a real trouble. So, Cristian, if you could take it away for a while, and I'll try to get production to save me. Save me.
So
on
where
my
do you have
birthday.
problems? After rook to
yeah.
e8. Let's take a look at what's happening in this game. By the way, queen to g4, as you were mentioning, has not been played. Rook to e8 makes a lot of sense. It's all about this idea of the move f4 and how do you counteract that. And I'm thinking that Wesley thought about the position, looked at it a little bit, and understood that he has to put as many defenders to the pawn, tie as many defenders to the pawn on e5 as possible. This seems to be his main idea, but I'm looking at it, and f4 makes a lot of sense. How do you continue after f4? F takes e5 is not a threat, at least not immediately. So why not? You're getting attacked on the king side and towards the center. In general, from a logical perspective, you have to find the counter shot. And this is exactly what the engine as well is recommending with this move b5, and I'm sure Wesley perhaps is thinking along the same lines. Now, after this move b5, there's another idea. With the rook on e8, now for example, let's say you go king to h1, I have ideas of taking, and once the e-file opens, e takes f4 comes on the board and the e-file opens, not immediate, because if you do take, I take on f6, and now the king is very, very exposed. The black king on g8 is very exposed. So you have to get ready for that. But once the e-file opens, and this pawn from d3 has left the guard of the pawn on e4, then you're going to be in trouble. And it does seem like it's the best way forward to go with queen to g4. At some point, white will have to go f5, sidestep these exchanges, sidestep the opening of the e-file, but once f5 comes on the board, you also don't have a clear way of opening up your bishop on b2. So that seems to be the general strategy that we're seeing from Wesley so right now. Let's wait and see. By the way, rook f8 is the novelty in the position. I believe queen to g4 was played in the previous, no, sorry, queen to e7 was played in the previous game. Rook f8 after a long thing by Wesley. So the first novelty in the position, and right now I'm expecting Hikaru to take a pretty long think, pause, understand the differences in the position, and then make his move, which most likely is going to be f4.
Well, again, after f4, b5.
b5.
Isn't the c5 move
you can play
the
c5.
problem?
Yeah, you can play c5, and then I go queen to e6.
Okay.
Once again, it's all about trying to find my own counter chances in the position.
Right.
Queen e6, queen to b3, queen e6, take on e4, and then d5 as well. If you do take on e5, I take back, and it does seem like you have created some weaknesses for yourself as well. Not only that, but setting the queen on e6 allows my knight to jump back to d7, which I think is very important. For example, if you go rook f5, finally my knight gets to a defensive setup on d7. I managed to close diagonal with the move f6, then maybe reroute the knight to g6. Just play a very slow game, slow maneuvering game. It doesn't seem like you've accomplished your goals as white of opening up the long diagonal with dire consequences.
Yeah, clever move by Wesley. I would never have dreamed of doing something like that.
Rook f8, he's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's decent.
I mean, it's strange because I was really trying to stop the move f4, and it's sort of like he's saying, I embrace it. Go ahead, play f4. The half-open f-file is not fearsome.
Right.
I can just handle. I'll just handle that, and that is really confounding because I thought, like f4, b5, c5, queen e6. I thought, okay, now a moment ago I was trying to double on the a file, and now it's sort of like, isn't white going to be the one dictating terms on the king side? He's saying knight d7 and shut it down.
I have an interesting question
Please.
though, because f4 is on tap at the minute. So
Right.
white does have the opportunity now to make an improving move, like rook a e1.
Okay.
And say, it's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming f4, but
Yeah.
I'm going to do it when I'm a bit more able to defend e4.
Right. And Okay, if I just follow the same prescription that Cristian laid down for me, queen
then
c5,
No, f4.
f4, queen. Ooh.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Maybe I can
We
take
could-
this one.
Yes.
I'm not sure suddenly. Are you
If
ever
you-
going to take my? Going to give me an exchange? You're not going to do that.
I was thinking of
You're a
giving-
nice person.
No, I'm not a nice person. I'm quite mean, actually. Pawn takes pawn. If I
No
go, If I
way.
go there. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Chess is chess.
Chess is chess.
And here,
Well, I do have an intermezzo, so rook takes f6 immediately.
but even then, you know, you've got pawn takes pawn. So if I don't want to roll the dice,
Not quite, yes?
Yeah.
And then this is where I quickly
and then
go to that whole plan of Cristian. Move the knight and shut the bishop out.
which is quite an effective plan.
Yep.
Okay, so if I go for it and I'm like, you know what?
Are you feeling lucky?
Are you feeling lucky? Yes.
Okay, I'll take this one.
Are you going to take that one?
Right. You don't just checkmate me.
No.
Not so easy.
Not so easy.
Not
No,
on my
no, it's-
birthday too.
Exactly. No, but also
I
there's
feel
there's no
like-
peace around the
No.
black king. I mean,
I
there's
feel
nothing
like you're
there.
giving me presents here. That's just an
Exactly.
exchange. Okay, and Cristian, once again, how are the ladies doing? Let's jump to that.
Not much. Once again, still
A6?
nothing has happened. A6 has not been played. H3 has not been played. Alice is still thinking. And yeah, once again, we understand that she saw probably the move bishop to b5. She saw that the engine is saying that it's not a great move, and she probably decided not to analyze it in depth. And that could cost her right now.
Well, for me, I just don't understand how Alice cannot play the move h4, h3. It's sort of like she rushed the h-pawn up the board with a gain of tempo. The light square bishop is moved. White's light squared bishop is moved. The move h3 is howling to be played.
You would be surprised. So
Really?
Yeah, there's a couple of games, and in both of them, very strong players who are with the black pieces. Sam Sevian played it in March of 2022, and then Jordan Van Forest followed it up in May 2022, and he played a different move, not h3. Sam Sevian played the move h3 first. Jordan Van Forest played the move a6 in this position.
Right.
Started off with a6 and allowed this idea of taking on c6 and stop the weakening of the light squares with the move h3.
Right.
So
And Jordan was a promising talent too. So where
just
where
about
did it go wrong?
Just about 2,700. I
Where
mean,
did it go wrong? He didn't play h3. Sam did play h3, and then he followed it up with a6.
So h3, g3, a6. Yes, that was the game.
Right.
h3, g3, a6, take on c6. And I'm looking, it's not easy. I'm looking at some lines. Queen to a4 was actually played by Ilya Nishnich, a St. Louis local, as well. Queen to f6 and queen to f4. And what is the most unlikely square that you would put the queen in this position?
The most unlikely?
Unlikely, yes. At first glance.
Queen a5. There you go.
No, for
That's a bad-
black, right?
Like for black.
For black.
How do you respond to this?
Well, you wouldn't put it on e7.
That
There
would
you
be
go.
unlikely.
I wouldn't go to e6 just because.
And I wouldn't go to e6.
Knight
I
to
would,
d4 comes, right?
Yeah, I would be going to g6, and I'd be thinking about.
But now I'm like looking at queen e7 and thinking it's not bad actually.
Queen e6 is actually the best move, allowing knight to d4, which makes not a lot of sense to me. Knight to d4 and then queen to g6 back, and saying that that knight on d4 is actually going to be a target because I'm going to go bishop to d6, follow it up with c5, and I'm going to gain some
MP.
time
Yeah.
with by hitting the knight on d4. So very strange play, I have to say. Not easy from a practical and a human's perspective. She played bishop d6.
No h3.
No h3, no a6. Bishop
Whoa.
to d6.
Okay, is that a novelty?
It's a novelty, yes. Bishop to d6 is a novelty, and by the way, not a great novelty, it seems like. But I don't know if you would play this move. Short castle is the best move in the position.
No.
You would-
Never,
You would
ever.
not
Oh
play
my
that.
I would
word.
not be reaching. I would
You
not
would not be
reaching
touching that.
No.
Yeah.
I would be thinking, how can I preserve my light squared bishop? I'm almost tempted by the move knight d4 here.
Knight d4, okay.
Just
let's
so that
defend
in case you did play bishop d7, and I'm thinking, you know, I understand this compensation, no question, but at least.
Can I go queen g5?
I was
now?
going to ask that question
It's,
because
it's
if
legal.
you castle,
I'm not. I'm not
I got some
walking.
unpleasant gifts in store.
No, I think.
Wait, but
I don't
even
need a
this is
birthday suit to understand I'm being done here. I mean, oops. So yeah, I'd have to play a little bit of an ugly move like king f1. Great compensation.
That's not
Great.
looking good, right? With the
No,
king
but
on
at
f1.
least I'm preserving the light square bishops. I was like bishop to d. Oops, excuse me. Bishop to d6, novelty by Alice, and well, castles is the best move. You're saying there's no kill.
Not yet, yes. So for example, if you go g3, I go h3, I go g3. Then if you try to go queen f6 and get to f3, I already have castle on the board and I can play f3.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here we
Okay.
go. Now, Rex has aged well. He hasn't changed one bit. Oh,
You
my
know what I like
goodness.
about these pictures? You're
What?
always smiling. And that is you, Yasser.
That's me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yes, sir, I have to
say.
say, you don't look a day older than 62 and a half.
Right, right. That half is very important in America. It's that, and you know the crazy part is I don't feel a day older than 62 either. Just feeling like I did yesterday. In fact, I was having a lot of fun yesterday during all of these blitz and rapids. Castles. Okay, that is quite the challenge, and maybe Irina will play it. One of the reasons I do actually like the move castles is I suddenly realized that if I play f4, I'm actually cutting out your bishop on the dark squares, and maybe on a good day I can play like Bent Larsen, b3, f4, bishop b2,
Right.
and get my own long diagonal.
But the first move that I would be playing here
Please.
would be a6.
a6. Am I obliged to take it?
Well, you could
I mean,
you could go back, I guess.
I guess. I'm not enthusiastic.
Yeah.
I mean, I was asking with, like, tell me yes.
Well, it's a legal move.
Right, and if I do take it, your follow-up, let's put it that way, was, no, f3 is, okay, I'll bite.
Okay. And then I guess h3 has to
h3,
come at some point.
uh-oh, queen f6, and this,
Yeah, queen f6.
I may have set myself up for, no, I
Well,
got
you-
knight f4, so I'm
Yes.
still
By
in
the way,
here with the
castle was
shot.
played.
Wow, Irina really bravely
Yeah.
Quite
putting
quickly
up
as
the
well.
gauntlet there with the move castles.
But there's an interesting kind of question. Like,
Sure.
after a6, is white obliged to take up the knight?
Well, I'm going to have to go to my go-to guru on
Yes.
this one, Cristian.
Definitely not obliged, no.
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 Definitely not obliged. You can play bishop a4 perhaps, but I would take on c6, right? I don't know, I just feel like that gives me another tempo that could help my defense. So I would probably take on c6.
Take on c6.
After a6, yes.
Right. Take on c6. Take on c6. Should I be fighting for some light squares with moves like queen c2, or should I just be playing moves like h3 and or f3, Cristian?
I don't know, you tell me. Yes, sir. Let's try to analyze.
I'm not the one who got myself into this pickle. I mean, I don't like my king being under duress of, queen g5 and h3 and bishop h3.
Very intriguing position, I have to say.
It is very interesting, but somehow I feel that there's a danger that Alice could run out of steam.
Yes, absolutely.
And then she's going to rue the day because she's got no safe place for the king to run to.
As well. right? So for example, a move like Queen C2, if you do play, let's just play,
Right.
and you do end up going here, you kind of start to say, well,
What you doing?
what
There's
you
nothing.
doing? Yeah, I mean, F4, knight to D4. White's got some dark square control. That's you have to take seriously. It's not easy to suggest an attacking plan for Alice. Alice having sacrificed a pawn earlier in the game. Let's go back to the open section for a second, and we do have moves, or maybe not. That might be our analysis.
No, that is
Apologies.
actually what happened in the game. F4 was played by Hikaru.
No preparatory move
Nope.
like your rook E1. Just
Nope.
let's go for it.
And after B5,
We're up to date.
Hikaru is now thinking.
What does the computer valuation say about this exact moment after 16 moves?
Very slight pull for white. 0.3, perhaps if you leave the computer to think for a long time, 0.1 or maybe even zeros. And this is not a very strong engine. So, yeah, I mean, white doesn't seem to have much. B5 is a very timely break on the queen side.
If we were playing, name that opening. Name that opening. So I gave you this middle game position, and I said, which opening did this position come from? Would you say a Joko piano, or would you say in English? Because it has both features, right?
I would say English. For
You
the
would say
simple
English?
because there's no light squared bishops on the board, and I can't think of a single
Well,
Joko
Joko piano, they play bishop E6. They trade the bishops on on E6. The rook takes,
Rook comes,
and then the rook goes back. C5 on the
C5
board.
on the board, and
Would you say it was from a Joko piano, or would you, like Jovi, with the knowledge she has in today's game, also say English?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I would probably say English as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, actually, and I've always thought of that as a trivial pursuit, like game, chess trivia, right? You've got this chess trivia, and I give you a whole series of openings. You go, oh, that's easy. That's a Queen's Gambit. Oh, that's easy. That's a King's Indian. I give you this one. Go, well, wait a minute. There's a couple of transpositions here. C5 on the board. So they followed your advice so well.
And now Queen E6.
Queen E6
that's the
is
money move.
This is
The defensive money move.
the continuation of the advice, just to get out of the way for the knight. By the way, the move F4 F5 doesn't disturb you in the least, probably because the queen seems perfectly okay on B3, unless it's not. Wait a minute. Did I put?
No, but maybe you just go back to E7.
Yeah. I
Now
think
that
so
you
too.
achieved your goal of closing up the diagonal, there's no more tension on E5.
Right.
I can just go back.
This feels like an overreach of sorts, unless you're going to go G4, G5, and that has consequence.
exactly your center is not very stable.
No.
So I would never do that. So.
Right.
And
All
I think
right.
it's
Well,
time-
tell us about our friends at Q Boutique. What are they offering us today, Jovi?
Something very lovely. Because
Lovely.
Here is one of the favorite St. Louis Chess Club souvenirs, an athletic style polo available in a variety of colors and in both men's and women's sizing. Up your game with one of these attractive polos, and it's available now exclusively at qboutiquestl.com. You can see the colors there.
You had me at athletic. That's my size. Not straight, not slim, athletic.
Athletic, that's a good size.
Nice.
And we're going to take a short break, but in the meantime, we did ask the players, what did they think about the state of chess in America?
There's a lot of rising talent in the United States. How do you see the future of American chess?
Yeah, things are going great for American chess. I mean, I definitely think the St. Louis Chess Club has contributed a lot to that. since it opened its doors in 2008. Has provided so many opportunities, good tournaments for young players, lots of support.
United States is the best country in the world to be a chess professional right now. So we have very strong up-and-coming players.
I see it at the chess camps that I'm teaching, that it's becoming really crowded. And we can see how many talents are going to come out of that. So I think maybe in 10, 15 years, it's going to be even more crowded than it's now.
Every generation of American players has had so much more opportunity than the one that came before it. I know that I had so much more than all of the people who mentored me, and the ones coming after me have so much more than I did, and the ones coming after them will have so much more further. And the United States has produced some pretty strong players. We've got Ray Robson and myself and Hikaru, who's 3 guys over 2,700 that the U.S. has produced from day one. And yeah, I think that we have a bright future ahead with all of our up-and-coming youngsters.
I think it's really great to see what is happening with chess here in St. Louis, the opportunities for the junior players. I think right now, at least, as we look at this event, in the women's field specifically, there's Alice Lee, who's 14 years old, and certainly she has a very bright future ahead of her. Just in general, for the players who are young or the players who haven't had these opportunities to compete against the best players, it's really something special for them, and I think it's really good in terms of furthering American chess.
I think American chess has been growing the last decade a lot. I keep hearing from players around my age complaining how at the open tournaments there are so many kids and they're also underrated and they all play so well. But of course, for the future, that's great.
The US has a strong team, and for the last couple of years, I think they're supporting especially the young generation with a lot of tournaments in St. Louis. And I think we are going to see a lot of juniors to shine in the world competition. So yeah, they have bright future in my opinion.
Well, I think the young generation, they're insanely strong and they're working hard. They're playing a lot of tournaments.
This is really great that we have these tournaments where the very top players get to interact with up-and-coming players. We have, and for women chess, we also have some very young players like Alice Lee, who's playing here. I think she's still only 13. She's 2360.
For me personally, that I'm a newcomer to American chess, it's a great joy to see so many talented kids, and they're up and coming. You can see Mishra and also Alice Lee. They're extremely talented and they're very, very young. So I think the future is bright.
We could probably have 3 really strong Olympia teams if we were allowed to send 3 teams in the future. Yeah, I think it's great. Obviously, I think the chess club has definitely a part to do with that. Just incentivizes young players to really think that there's a path in pursuing professional chess.
Yeah, I think there's a long way for us to go. There's a lot of potential. It's going really well. There's a lot of young players. You mentioned Alice Lee. Today I played on a team with her in an online chess event for the St. Louis Archbishops, and she beat a 2700 rated player. So she's done that before. I mean, she beat another super grandmaster very recently. So I think we'll see a lot of 2600 plus players from that group, 2600, maybe some 2700 plus players as well, and maybe some future top players as well.
I think definitely my peers and the people slightly older are definitely really strong. I think that American chess is really bright. I know that chess itself has become super popular lately, and for me to see a lot of my classmates who wouldn't normally be playing chess start playing chess in class in free time, I feel that indicates that because of the popularity of American chess is growing, more people will start to play, and as a result, we will definitely see a lot of new strong players in the next generation. Overall, U.S. Chess, St. Louis Chess Club is doing a great job in advertising how chess can be really great, super fun to play, and overall, yeah, I think that American chess definitely has a really bright future.
we are back, and it's the grand final where we're going to see winners being determined in the next few days.
Yes, the title is at stake.
I know.
Yes.
I can't believe it because I thought it was like
Day
yesterday.
8.
That was day 1.
When you came on and you told me day 8, I said, my goodness, we've been having too much fun calling the action. For those of you who are joining us late, out of the 81 games played so far in the tournament, 44 have been decisive and over 50%. I'm used to the Sinkfield Cup scores, 25% decisive. So we have sure had our full share of thrills and spills. I'm looking at the game of Alice Lee, and Alice did a few things that I felt were a little bit slow, including her failure to play the move h4, h3. We have this position on the board, and just as we were returning from break, I was thinking to myself, okay, but isn't Alice inviting the move knight c3? The idea, of course, is I want to capture the pawn. That's clear, but also, much more importantly, I would love to be able to capture this bishop, and I feel like I would really be neutralizing what was going on. And as we were coming off break, we were just having this little discussion, Castles. I understand this was really maybe asking too much out of the position. I didn't want to take and allow you were ready to mess me up, right?
There was also queen e5 as well.
At check, and you will win back the bishop, win back the piece, pardon me, while messing up my king. But I did see the move d4, and I thought, okay, Irina might be in business of sorts here.
Right. I mean, but if you just throw caution to the wind and just go, I don't
Do
care about this d4 pawn.
You don't.
Because you're just going to go h3.
H3?
It's difficult to
H3,
it's difficult
G3.
to come up with a move, actually, not h.
Right.
Somehow, I need a square to get into.
Right.
And nothing is happening unless there's.
We're going to have to ask our main go-to coach here. We're thinking knight c3 asks some pertinent questions.
Not good.
Not good?
Oh, no. Okay. Knight c3 not good yet. You have to go d4 first.
First.
Yes.
As a prelude.
Stop the ideas of potentially striking in the center for black with the move d4 by cementing the structure as is with the move d4.
But d4 we
rejected.
Not immediately. I don't have to play it immediately.
No, but it doesn't
No,
work.
no. I don't think this works.
No, it doesn't.
Knight d6.
I don't think this works.
Of course.
But it's not about that. It's not about any sort of like fancy ideas.
No?
It's about just putting the kibosh on the development of that bishop on c1. Because after I get the pawn on d4, then I can go queen e5, take on d6. Now it's more difficult to get that bishop out to play, right? And I have a lot of time to do things like castle, potentially long, and then I will inflict a lot of damage to your position. Don't do this. Just play the move d4.
But hold on,
Why
these
not?
Jedi mind tricks don't work on me. B3, I mean, the bishop's coming out.
I thought I tricked you. Unless
I'm missing something.
Queen side.
Castle.
Let's go for
whoa,
it.
Whoa.
It's war.
Well,
okay,
it is.
now pawn takes pawn.
So how do you do it?
Takes.
And now.
I'm
B3,
ready.
I go
Queen,
h3
queen
first.
Queen c5.
Okay, I'm ready for you. I see it. I'm going to put my rook. I've got the two bishops.
No, you do. I will go h3 first, though, at this particular moment in time. So once you go b3, I go h3 myself.
Right. Okay, you provoked me.
And now if you go g3, I take on e3 first.
Okay, you got it.
You take back.
Yep.
Now I go queen e5.
But am I trying to equalize?
Black is trying to equalize right now.
Black is trying to.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of easy to equalize.
Because that was what I was thinking, that I can equalize on the move. You made it sound like my bishop on c1 was in trouble.
No, but after d4, which was played, now the engine, and perhaps Irina understands this as well, because she played it so fast, white is much better right now.
Okay.
Black doesn't have any ways to equalize. Black doesn't have that much going on in the position.
So
White is just simply much better.
We intuited properly that, in fact, Alice has let her initiative slip.
She did,
And
yes.
the combination of the moves d4, knight c3 is bringing Irina the advantage.
Exactly.
Okay.
A 1-point advantage. This is
Even
the
one.
largest advantage that Irina has had in this game up to this point. Still not easy, still some compensation left. That king is a little bit weak with that threatening thorn in the position, that pawn on h4 potentially coming to h3. But at the same time, a pawn is a pawn. The structure is very healthy for white. I have knight c3, maybe even e4 at the right moment. You have to be careful about those type of things.
Right.
And in the meantime, sure, find the compensation. Find the path forward to get to my king. How do you do that as black? It's not clear at all.
Exactly.
It's not easy at all. I mean, nope, I don't see anything because everything can be parried and there's no entry points for the big pieces.
No entry
So-
points. Very good point, Jovi. Yes.
I mean, the moment you play g5 and g4,
Yeah, you-
presumably when you're castled, I can
Right.
bypass you with f4.
Exactly, and every time you go bishop c7, queen d6, well, white just goes, well, hello there. I'm going to block that one
Exactly.
with f4,
Exactly.
and very
That's all you
difficult.
got.
And h3s are always going to be blocked with g3. It's a
Mhm.
very, very difficult position suddenly for Alice to maintain. And we have to remind ourselves, this is the grand final.
How did the other 6 players
I was gonna
do
say-
in the tournament? And let's take a look at them as we've already told you about the money prizes.
Right,
Here we go.
and here we have Katerina Nemtsova. She was relegated in the first round by Begim Tokajanova and eliminated by Tatev Abrahamyan in the first round of the elimination bracket.
Okay.
And then we have Anna Zatonsky. She's been a former US champion. She was relegated to the elimination bracket by Naji Paikitsa and eliminated by Atusa Pokashian in the first round of the elimination bracket. Also, sadly, she lost her baggage en
Oof.
route. So
Oof,
not a good tournament for her.
Not a good outing.
And Tatev Abrahamyan relegated in the first round by Irina Krush, eliminated by Naji Paikitsa in the second round of the elimination. And then we have Atusha Pokashian, and she was relegated by Alice Lee and eliminated in the second round by Begim Tokajanova.
By the way, a big shout out and a welcome to Atusa. This was her first time in St. Louis. She said she had a marvelous time.
And here was Christian's pick and also Christian's student, so Christian was very loyal.
Very
She
loyal.
was relegated in the second round of the championship bracket by Irina, but eliminated by Naji Paikitsa in the second round of the elimination bracket.
And talk about excitement. She
Yeah.
brought it into this American Cup.
Yes, she was relegated in the second round by Alice and eliminated by the competition by Alice again in the fourth round of the elimination bracket. So, whoa, it's incredible actually, this type of tournament. You know,
Right.
you were one of 8 and now there's 2 women remaining.
Right. We'll tell you about the champions in the open section later. In the meantime, again, I'm looking at the position with Alice after this move d2, d4, and both Jovi and I are at a loss to make a suggestion for Alice. Like, what is she supposed to do right here? Because we're looking at the position and we're saying, the happy moves, the easy moves, belong all to white and Irina.
Exactly. She ran out of steam in the position with the black pieces. She should probably try to create something as you guys were intending via the b8, h2 diagonal with bishop c7, queen to d6. But even so, after I play the move f4, how do you once again continue? Where's the entry point?
Right.
You have to hide your king. I mean, the king on e8, despite the fact that, sure, it's been the white king that's getting viciously attacked, and you have to find the defense, the black king on e8 is not safe once
No.
I play the move e4 later on in the future. Also, you have to find a way to defend that pawn on d5.
Right.
So how do you do that? Probably with long castle. It makes a lot of sense, right?
Right.
You don't want to go short castle, because if you do go short castle, queen to h5 comes on the board. Now you have a newly created weakness, the pawn on h4. I'm going to target that. I'm going to target the pawn on d5 as well. Not looking good.
No.
But if
No.
you go long castle, queen to f3,
Yeah.
Right.
how do you continue?
Well, this
Where's
is-
your attack? Who's attacking who?
Right, exactly. I mean, this is the problem. So you have to defend d5 because at first I was thinking, I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down with g5. But
Yes.
d5 is the
Knight
problem.
takes d5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
Yeah. So a6, inviting bishop takes c6. I assume not.
Probably not. Yes.
And then bishop. Oh,
No,
I'm
don't-
trying
don't
to
touch
trick
that.
you.
Don't play
Trying
f5.
to trick you.
Don't play f5. No, but now I can just simply develop.
Bishop d2 and then put a rook on c1.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
And
This is-
that's probably what you have to do. Yes.
Right.
That's most likely your best chance, but once again, it's not going to be easy to prove that you have a path forward. I can even try to go ideas of knight to e2, perhaps.
Well, now is the time, isn't it? Now the bishop has moved to e6, just to kind of consolidate. Oh, yeah, I like your knight e2, by the way.
just to defend f4.
Defend
I was
everything,
actually thinking
yes.
bishop takes knight and put the rook on c1, but yeah.
You know
But
what?
no, knight e2.
Let's think of bigger things.
Okay.
Let's try to be a bit more aggressive with white. Instead of knight to e2 at the
Oh.
end,
Yeah.
let's continue and play rook c1, and let's try to find some sort of counter shot on the c file.
What did we do?
Bishop d2.
a6, bishop a4.
D2,
I think it was a6, bishop a4 first. Defend the pawn on d5.
Instead of knight, you wanted to play which one?
Let's go rook c1. Rook a c1.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at
And then
least
the pawn
let's have
takes
some
pawn,
fun.
but then you got bishop takes knight, right?
Either that, or maybe even just take the pawn back. And I'm
well,
curious
here,
how after knight takes
here
d4
was
is.
my dream. Here, I feel like whenever I do get this in, I'm creating enough chaos, so I feel like
Yeah.
it's
You're
a
back in the game,
three-result
right?
game
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, but if you take,
Knight takes pawn.
then I've got knight d4,
You
and I
take that
feel
pawn, and do I have something in return? So queen f2, let's say.
well,
Do I have enough compensation?
Well,
on the
I mean, you
c5?
just let me win my pawn back, which was very generous. I
Oh.
mean, my
I'm not
birthday.
going
It is my birthday.
It is your
Yes,
birthday,
but I mean,
look, I'm
isn't
trying
that
to be
things?
nice
Yeah,
to
bishop,
you,
knight to
Yasser.
e4.
What?
Knight to e4.
Whoa, Jovi.
It might not work, but pawn takes, and then the bishop comes out to a.
Ooh, bishop a5. No,
Or
no,
queen.
no.
No.
I'm warming up to it. Yeah, why not? Let's try it out.
Wow.
I like it.
Okay, that came
What I
out
like.
of the blue.
That's what I'm saying. We have to maybe be a bit more aggressive with white.
Okay.
Right?
Wow.
Interesting position. Definitely interesting. You can take the safe route out with knight e2, right? That's easy. And I don't think you want to play g4 because then I go queen f2 and you still don't have a clear way of opening up. And once you don't have any tension left on that pawn on f4, that bishop on c7 and queen on d6 battery is kind of useless.
Right. I feel like I should probably
slow.
evacuate the C file. And okay, by the way, you know, when you see this type of a position where you go bishop c7, knight c3, queen d6, your first thought is, great, I'm creating a battery. But then when you see the move f4, shutting yourself down, you stop thinking that you should play like this because you see your opponent just slam the door shut and you go, no, that can't be good for me. You almost have to continue from here. The problem I think that Alice is facing right here, right now, the alternatives. What are they? If not bishop c7 and if not queen d6 defending the d5 pawn, I really hate anything that would involve knight e7. Like if I go castles, knight c3, I really think that white is so happy to be able to trade these bishops, go queen d3. It's like, it feels like it's play on one goal suddenly. And the advantage has grown tremendously. So it feels like bishop c7 due to lack of alternatives. Cristian, how about the open section? What's happening there?
Well, it seems like rook ac1 was played after the move queen to e6, which was found by Wesley the best move in the position with the idea of bringing back the knight to d7 and defend this complex in the center of the board. And c6 was the move. We expect taking on d6 and now not taking back, obviously, because if you take back, I take on e5 and you're pretty much busted in the position, but rather just a simple move. Knight to d7. I'm going to defend, protect, overprotect. We know you like Nimzovic and all his pals, Yasser. Overprotect this pawn on e5, and then later on take on d6 with the queen. Seems to be just fine for black. Seems to be like there's no rook to c5 because of this knight on d7. I mean, you can try it if you want, give up the exchange like this, but I don't think this is going to be very pleasant.
Could you try to go for like maximum tension with d4 instead of rook c?
d4 here?
Yeah.
Maximum tension.
Can I take?
Sounds like
Yeah.
a great movie.
Like max power.
But if you, the problem is, if you go e5, I think I have queen takes d6, right?
Exactly.
Oh.
Oh.
Not fair. No, but I know that even that position, actually, I had that position in my mind. I was going to...
And perhaps I will take on f4. It seems to be the better option.
Yeah, because I had the position with takes on
Queen takes
d4.
d5.
Yeah, and then I was thinking rook. The rook can come and corral the pawn. And then I thought that this wasn't necessarily that easy for black.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's not that easy, but I take on f4. This is the better option. And if you go e5, now I take on d6.
Right.
And now if you take on b5, I can just simply take on d4. And that's the key. That's why I take on f4 first, because I take with a check, then I pick up the queen, restore the material balance, and it's in fact black who is slightly better because I have more weaknesses to play against. The pawn on e5, the pawn on a3 as well. So very intriguing position, but I have to say both players right now are playing very, very good chess.
By the way, there's a nice little trick from the current position after the move c7, c6.
Yes.
And that is to take on d6.
Knight d7.
Knight d7, take on e5.
Knight
takes
takes
e5. d4.
Ooh, nice.
You know, it looks like, and e5. Isn't that so sweet? I've got
There
an
is
extra
knight takes
pawn.
pawn, though.
But this knight takes d6. That's the cold shower.
Cold
you
shower,
know, you know, like knight takes d6, and you're worse.
Now you're risking to be worse. Yes.
Because the dark squared bishop, all the pawns are on dark squares.
I have the nice outpost for the queen on d5, nice outpost for the knight on c4, attacking your weakness in the position on a3. You don't want to see this with the white pieces in Hikaru's shoes.
All right, and let's take a look at all the finishers in the open section. We had 6 players who got eliminated.
We did, and
Who
first up,
brought the excitement?
Sam Sevian. He was eliminated from the championship bracket by Hikaru Nakamura and eliminated from the competition by Levon Aronian. Quite a very exciting match. And then we have Ray Robson, who was relegated in the first round by Fabiano Caruana, big name, eliminated by Sam Shanklin.
Ray might have played, Ray might have played the game of the tournament. However, in that elimination game against Sam Shanklin, he won a beautiful, beautiful endgame, which he played so patiently. But unfortunately, Sam came back.
Sam came back, and here we see Sam Shanklin, who was relegated in the second round by Lenia Dominguez, but eliminated from the competition by Wesley So.
Our finalist.
Our finalist. And we also have Fabiano Caruana, who was American Cup champion 2022, and he was relegated in the second round by Wesley So in such an epic match, and then eliminated by Levon.
That Levon, wow,
No,
seven out of 7 games were decisive. What a Armageddon we saw.
Know. And there we saw Lenia Dominguez. He was relegated in the second round by Hikaru Nakamura and eliminated by Levon Aronian yesterday in the third round of elimination bracket.
And then finally,
Levon Aronian. Well, he lost in the first round to Lenia Dominguez.
Got his revenge.
He got his revenge, but he was unfortunately eliminated by Wesley So in the fourth round of the elimination bracket. That was yesterday.
Exactly.
The other one was day before yesterday. They've all kind of gone so quickly.
But Levon, the excitement he brought, the games, the creativity, the content, it was all great.
That match against Fabiano Caruana, it had to go to Armageddon. I feel like a story could be, even a movie could be told about that game, that match.
For me, purpley aside, that no exaggeration to say one of the greatest matches I've ever called. It was just that much fun. And to see it unfold and to take it all the way to Armageddon as the players did, Well, that's the way you had to eliminate Fabi, the defending champion, because he's tough to eliminate. I remember that Fabi won the championship with 1 second on his clock. Should Irina do the same thing? She had 1 second on her clock against Alice Lee, right?
Yeah,
where
I
she
remember
just zoned
Cristian
out,
saying, and he
move,
pointed out to
move.
her, and she was like, no, but I started off in more time. And Cristian was like, no,
No.
you made your move with 1 second, and you hit the clock with like point whatever of a second.
a fraction.
Less than half a second, I think.
Yeah, a fraction. And we do have some tweets as we get our audience involved with Ask the Commentators. Jovi, take it away. This one is from Mince Max.
One is asking us, how effective do you think Fischer Random is in strengthening your calculation skills?
First of all, I love Fischer Random from the simple perspective of forget about opening preparation, right? And it now when I play Fischer Random, I'm thinking it's more like strategic, positional, end games. You're testing all of the skills because in Fischer Random, you've shuffled the pieces along the back rank. So you're getting new positions each time. You can't rely upon your opening preparation to get you into that middle game. So I really feel like it's a game where you fall back on your skills. Calculation is one of those very important skills. Absolutely.
I agree, and we see Wesley was so good at this because he knows instinctively how to maneuver the pieces, how to advance with the pawns. I mean, it's very difficult to play chess 960 or Fischer Random when your queen is like lodged there in the corner. And you're thinking, I don't know how I'm going to get out, and your king is somewhere where it shouldn't be. But I mean, it's a great game, and I remember the great Artur Yusupov saying that when he trained on Fischer Random, he thought it was like the equivalent of playing chess, but with a heavy backpack.
Right. You got to get your pieces in position. Jump in, Cristian. What's your thoughts about Fischer Random calculation?
Yeah, so the way I see it, it doesn't help your calculation that much because the patterns, when you train for chess, right? Because the patterns are not necessarily the same. What it does help for sure is your creativity. And your creativity can be used in chess, in the opening, in the middle game, in the end game, anywhere. So I think this is the main factor and the main attribute that improves when you practice chess 960, not necessarily your calculation, but who knows? Maybe you guys are right.
Yeah, and of course we will have our 9LX Fischer Random returning here to St. Louis. That, I think, is going to be somewhere in September. I don't have the calendar in front of me. We've lost you, haven't we, Jovi?
I took a swig of this tea, and then I went down the wrong way.
The pirate tea. I'll cover for us. Okay, what about another tweet? We have this one also from Links. This one?
I got it now. My voice is back.
You're back.
It says, what do you find most challenging about over-the-board tournaments against online play? And wishing you a happy birthday.
Well, thank you
very
for
much.
that. Well, absolutely. Over-the-board tournaments for me, I have to say, are completely different because we're sitting here physically together. I'm looking at my opponent. I can see they're visibly nervous or not. It's like, darn it, why isn't he nervous? I'm nervous. I got this position. Over the board, online event, I don't even see my opponent. All I see is the screen. So I think they're just two completely different types of chess. And for me, I was always raised with over-the-board chess. Today, the online tournaments are becoming so rich. I mean, the prize money is so great that I understand that the players today have to take online tournaments extremely seriously.
Yeah.
Jump in, Jovi.
No, I agree. I was raised with over-the-board tournaments. But, after the pandemic kind of struck, I started to kind of develop a little bit more of an interest in online tournaments. And I find them equally fascinating. I think in order for it to be fair, I think that they should have shorter time controls. But they're equally rich in excitement and also strategy. But there is something special about sitting across from your opponent and feeling all the pressure, feeling all the emotions, eyeballing your opponent and saying, what are you going to do against this?
Right.
And I can tell you, the time scrambles that you get on over the board are way more exciting than the ones because the online is just the speed of the mouse, and you know, you see these guys and they're making making moves with like 1 second on. If that, it's just unbelievable.
Jump in as a coach. You know what it's like to be over the board as well as online.
I think you guys, quite understood quite well and explained it very, very well. It's about the psychology versus mechanics. In over-the-board chess is the psychology. You get to see your opponent. You get to understand his feelings very personally, right? Mm-hmm. When you play online chess, it's all about, and it's very much about the mechanics. The mechanics of you taking the mouse in the right position and things of that nature. And if you're not ready and if you haven't practiced that, you're at a huge disadvantage. And then you have the kids that start playing with Blitz online or Bullet online since they are like 5 years of age. And then by the time they're 15, they can make 50 moves in 3 seconds, you know? And of course, you're not going to be able to do that if you haven't practiced it in your early years. So I think definitely the new generation has a significant advantage when it comes to online chess. What do you guys think about that?
I agree. Those mouse skills, and I've watched hyperbullet, not just, you know, 1 minute chess, but 30-second chess. And I've watched Danya Naroditsky playing hyperbullet, and I think to myself, you know, if you weren't born with a mouse in your hand, there's no way you can imitate what he does in 15 seconds. And by the way, for those of you joining us late, shame on you, first of all, but welcome nonetheless. We have 2 grand finals matches underway, Jovi, and you and I both predicted.
We're both in it.
But,
in the women's section, it is the highest ranked seed, Irina Krush, facing off against number 2, the 13-year-old Alice Lee. And these matches will probably most likely conclude tomorrow. And in the open section, we have, again, the highest top-rated person, number 5 in the world, Hikaru Nakamura, facing off against Wesley, you know, who is such a juggernaut when it comes to these types of chess. And I think he's like number 8 in the world.
Very good. And yeah, the games are underway. A little bit surprised by the move bishop to d2. Come on, it's a development move. Why is that so surprising? Well, because knight c3 looked so much more tempting, I wanted to say, for Irina. This knight on c3 pressuring this pawn on d5 immediately certainly caught our eye. Bishop d2 is fine. There's nothing wrong with bishop d2. But, you know, when you get this opportunity to hit while the opportunity is there, I think you need to take advantage. Knight c3 was simply a stronger move. Bishop d2 basically says to Alice, okay, your turn. Alice will probably say something to the effect that my king doesn't belong on the open c file. Let me tuck it in for the moment with a move like king a8, possibly even a7, a6, since one of the other things I did like about knight c3 is that in this case, if you did play a7, a6, sometimes, again, playing the bishop back, I really, really wanted to preserve that bishop, and ideas of f4 and bishop f3. We think Irina's much better. With the move bishop d2, did she lose
not so much,
her advantage with this move?
Not so much.
No?
Not so much. The ideas are pretty much the same. And it's not like you have to defend precisely against some sort of a checkmating attack on the king side. The attack on the king side is not as fast as you thought it would be at the beginning of the game, right? You still have to go bishop c7, queen to d6, then g5, and I have plenty of time to set up my defense in that case. Now, what I'm thinking that Irina is hinting at by delaying this move knight to c3 is exactly that. We've seen it in a lot of instances. I was retreating my knight back from c3 to e2. to defend that square f4. I think this is what Irina is trying to do. Leave the knight on e2 and get ready to meet queen to d6 with the move f4, and then g5, I have my knight on e2, the pillar of defense in the position, defending that pawn on f4. I think this is what she's looking at. In the meantime, another thing and another idea that we were trying to implement in our variations was this attack, this counter shot on the c file, right? And this is what she seems to be focusing on. Bishop to d2, followed by rook to c1. I think she has some clear intentions right now against the king on c8. So, look, I'm looking at the position. I understand how Alice is feeling right now. She's a pawn down. She sacrificed a pawn. She was dreaming about this incredible compensation on the light squares. She doesn't even have the light square bishop advantage. That bishop is still on b5.
Right.
And you're not going to force me to give it away with a6 anymore. Whenever you go a6, I go bishop a4. And I'm going to be fine in the position. So you start getting desperate when you don't see where your compensation lies in the position. And I'm afraid this is what Alice is feeling right now.
Well, Alice maybe heard about that desperation because it wasn't the move that she could have played earlier, but she's looking at something active. She did play the move bishop c7 as we had anticipated a move or two ago. She's ready to play her battery, and this is where Cristian was actually, I liked what he was saying. Irina's thinking that black is going to attack the f4 square. The knight at e2 stands ready at the guard, and so why move the knight when you go queen d6? That is what Irina's probably thinking. I think he's right.
I think he's right as well. And I was going to say, well, Irina's main job is actually as a coach. And as a coach, we often say, if your king is under fire, don't get bold and move all your pieces onto the other side.
Don't be like,
keep something around your king.
Keep the guard.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep your guard up at all times.
So,
defend yourself at all times.
Exactly.
I think that's the boxing.
And so it's nice to have that knight there. Knight is, after all, king's best friend. And you can get on with ideas of going, I don't know, a3. And, well, definitely everything to play for. And in the meantime, we also get to see a couple more tweets.
Okay, challenge. Let's go. We're ready for the challenge of our audience. Dark Tiger
3 on Twitch asks, how does Yasser plan on celebrating his birthday?
Oh, that's easy. We're going to go out and have dinner tonight. Everybody in the Central West End who lives in St. Louis is invited.
Yay!
No, not quite. No, in this particular case, I think we're going to go with the antiques. The best antiques are old friends, and we're going to invite a lot of friends to dinner tonight. I think that's the plan. But thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Another tweet.
We're
ready.
Yes,
we got
ready.
Challenges today.
And it's from MNTL. Snacks says, speaking of name that opening, I would love to hear Yasser's thoughts on the Seirawan attack. There's an attack?
Yes, I played it in the Phillips and Drew tournament in London. I defeated Nigel Short with it, but I must say, unfortunately, in my particular case, I borrowed the idea completely from one of Victor's Pupils, a legend in the Northwest. Victor's Pupils would play d4, knight f6, c4, e6, bishop g5, and he had some really wonderful ideas, and we played a lot of blitz together when I was really, really young, and he got me a few times, and I said, right, if I could fall for it, somebody else will as well. So even though it does bear my name, and because I played it in the Grandmaster circles, and Victor's didn't play in the Grandmaster circles, but he deserves all the credit. Victor's Pupils.
Oh, that's his name.
Yes, Victor's
I thought you
Pupils.
Okay, I thought you were saying Victor, like Victor Korchnoi. I was thinking pupils.
Pupils,
no,
yeah.
Okay.
Victor's Pupils, a legend in Northwest chess. Big shout out to Victor's. I think he's now, well, he could be late 80s, maybe even early 90s, but wonderful.
Lovely.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think a lot of grandmasters are very fortunate when an opening is named after them, because it's often happens that grandmasters have the same ideas, same novelties, but they don't get a chance to play them.
Well,
somebody else beats them to the punch.
I can
Please,
tell
Jovi.
you, I was, okay, so bear in mind, I was only 11 years old, but I was mightily annoyed at the time that Nigel Short got the credit for the short attack, the short variation in the advanced carry, because I was like, I was playing knight f3, bishop e2.
No
because
way.
If you think about it, it's very natural for a kid to do that. I mean, a kid is not going to go knight c3.
Right. So you're playing on the white side of the Caro-Kann, and you're this young prodigy, and nobody's paying attention to your games, but you played knight f3. Like
that's the thing. I think it's the most natural move on the board, and then you follow it up with bishop e2, and you chase. You want the light square bishop, and then you kind of want to overrun. So it's just a very natural scheme of development
from the
for
scholastics.
People. Yeah, I mean, to be honest. And I remember I was so annoyed. I was like, why did he get that name when I've been doing it?
Right. He's been copying you all of these years. He gets all the credit. Anything like that happened to you, Cristian, that you had some really wonderful novel idea and somebody else got the credit?
Well, I like to call it the Count's Gambit. Do you know the Count's Gambit?
No, I don't know the Count's Gambit.
D4, knight. Sorry, what's the Count's Gambit? All right.
Well, we're not going to guess.
This is terrible. This is terrible. Okay. D4, knight f6.
Oh, sorry.
Bishop g5.
D4, knight f6.
So the Trumpovsky.
Bishop g5, the trump.
Yes.
Okay.
Knight to e4.
Knight to e4.
Yes. And now if you go bishop f4.
Yep.
Now I go e5.
Oh.
That's the Count's Gambit. You take on e5.
Yeah.
I'll show you the one trick.
With the pawn or the bishop?
With the pawn.
Okay.
Let's say you take with the pawn. Right?
Okay.
Now I go d5.
D5?
Yes.
Dang.
Now you're like, I'm super happy, I can take on d6 as well.
Right?
Not so fast. Queen f6. Now you get into some sort of trouble.
My spidey sense is tingling. This is the Count's Gambit.
And if you take on c7, knight c6.
Wow, 3 pawns.
And I have great compensation. In fact, you're kind of worse at this point.
Wow.
So try it out, the Count's Gambit.
Amazing. I remember...
I'm sure a lot of other people are playing it.
Right.
I remember we analyzed this in a Romanian Olympic team camp many, many years ago, maybe like a decade and a half ago. And we came up with the conclusion that this is playable, in fact. Knight to e4, bishop to f4, and e5. The problem is that nowadays, not a lot of people play bishop f4 after knight to e4. They play bishop h4. Sometimes they even go h4 in the position. So it's not that easy to get the Count's Gambit on the board.
I remember the FIDE president, Florencio Campomanes, was in Linares. I was playing in a tournament there in Linares, and Campo was in the media center. And he was playing black against Lazarevic, the women's grandmaster from Yugoslavia. And he played Queen c7. And Campo was actually a pretty good chess master, and he played in a number of teams on the Philippines. And I said, Campo, what are you doing? And here it comes. You know what he said to me? He said, I'm playing the Campo Khan. So self-anointed openings. But I tell you, how openings get their names, I mean, they're all over the map. It's really,
random.
really terrible.
I mean, some of them are named after animals, some of them constellations. Yeah. And even the Caro-Kann, Mr. Khan, according to my research, has very little to do with the opening.
Right. It was this collaboration.
No, there was no collaboration.
Even that.
No, because Mr. Marcus Khan died before this alleged collaboration
even began.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but somehow or other, he's become like associated with an opening that he had very little to do with, and it was all Horatio Caro's work.
And then if you think about a really, really, really great, I mean, just simply outstanding player like Lajos Portis of Hungary, like this guy played in 8 candidates cycles. I mean, he is a world champion contender for decades, and he's played just about everything under the sun. But you've never heard of the Portish attack or the Portish gambit or the Portish variation. Lajos Portish, he's one of the great players. He's played everything, but his name didn't get connected with any particular, that I'm aware of at least. So yeah, how it happens, great question. But let's just, Cristian, if you don't mind, just update the game of Wesley, and I'll do the same for Alice and
So it seems
Irina.
like after knight to d7, I believe this is where we left it off. C takes d6, knight to d7. So C takes d6 was indeed played, knight to d7, defending, reinforcing the defense of this complex, supported by the bishop, the pawn on e5, and queen to f2. Not f5, not rook c5, this exchange sacrifice, but queen to f2 was played. This is where we stand. You have a couple of options as black. You can take on f4, though, at least to my practical eyes, doesn't make that much sense. f6 is the one move that I'm looking at. You don't want, be careful. Don't take on d6 first, because after taking on e5, you have some problems on f7. You take, I take back, take and take on f7. This gives white the decisive advantage. So this is the idea behind this move, queen to f2. And I'm expecting a quick f6. That's just going to defend once again. The pawn on e5, no more problems on the f-file. Whenever you take, I'm in fact going to take back with the knight. And at some point I'm going to corral, well, very soon I'm going to corral that pawn on d6 and pick it up with the queen, which should allow me to equalize this position as black. And how about the Alice Lee defending that position against Irina Krush with the pawn down? How is that going?
Yeah, well, and I must say, Irina's play, really has this beautiful logic, I want to say, behind it. She played this quiet move, bishop d2 against bishop c7. She played again, bishop d3, and you think to yourself, what exactly is she doing? Well, she's anticipating queen b6. Threatening queen takes h2. She's leaving her knight to defend the square, and after a move like g5, it's one of those positions where we're castled on opposite flanks. Therefore, you attack me on the king side. I'm going to attack you on the queen side, and I think that her intention is something like a3 and b4, or even more concretely, rook b1, and let's go, b4. And she's thinking to herself, if we ever get these positions, I'm going to leave my rook behind, put my rook on f2, my king's going to be perfectly safe. Maybe black's king is going to have a problem. Don't forget, I got a pawn in my pocket. I like Irina's position as we go on break, Jovi.
Yeah, I like it too. And we are going to take short break. But the surprise is
wait a minute, hold on.
because look
I'm
at
the
this.
birthday boy. Don't be giving the cupcakes. These are the Central West End cupcakes, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah, there's a special shop that makes this.
To
I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
I got the chocolate
You got the
row.
chocolate.
I got the chocolate
Okay.
row.
Okay.
Not,
Go ahead.
Hands off. No, I'm gonna get myself all dirty. I'll mash them in my face.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, happy birthday. We're going to enjoy these.
Sweet. I will. See you on the other side.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello and welcome back to the first day of the grand final. And here we see the matchups. It is the top seed Irina Krush against 13-year-old wonder kid Alice Lee. And we also have in the open section Hikaru Nakamura facing off against the mighty Wesley So.
In a rematch of one of their earlier matches, and things have really heated up with the Alice Lee game. She did go for that battery that we've been talking about, the bishop on c7, the queen on d6, eyeballing that pawn on h2, and I'm forcefully reminded of the story of Boris Spassky. Boris Spassky told me that when he was a young boy in St. Petersburg, he had an opponent that loved to make these batteries, and when Boris would block them with a move like f3, f4, his shoulders would slump like, he saw it. Alice is doing her best to break open the things on the queen side. This is where I was kind of going for either a rook b1 and or an a3. You're getting punches thrown at me on the king side. I want to do the same on the queen side, a3, b4. But maybe there's a more direct path for
maybe rook to c1.
Irina?
Rook to c1 is an interesting idea as well, followed by queen to b3. Once again, it's all about this idea of leaving the knight on e2, and I think she did this masterfully, I have to say, Irina. She really got what she wanted in the position. She anticipated perfectly this idea of bishop c7, queen d6, and g5, did not get attracted to that idea of playing knight to c3 and then having to return back to defend the pawn on f4. She did this masterfully, and right now she's in pole position to take the full point home.
I was going to ask, is there any danger for Irina if she starts moving? Because I was thinking, you know, if I were Alice, my dream would be, okay, so you went rook c1. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
okay.
my thunder.
I mean, I've been sitting next to you for 8 days. I know you bring out the mallets, the iron gloves, and you go for the king.
Okay.
Yes.
And you go queen
b3.
b3. Let's
Okay.
just say.
I leave you to pursue.
Right. So I don't think pawn takes pawn does anything great. So I was thinking g4, sorry.
G4.
G4. Push on g4, and then you do.
But what's next is the question.
g3 is what's next.
And then I go h3.
And then I want to go.
At some point, you have to do that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And then g2, and then queen e3, and then you're like, okay.
And then
rook
queen
f3.
where?
Rook f3.
Queen e3, did you just say?
Queen e6. Queen e6 as well.
Queen e6, sorry.
I'm really bad, actually, with my coordinates.
Did you want to do it with, you want to do queen e6 immediately? No.
Yeah, but the problem is king g2.
That was why you wanted g2, but
yeah, unfortunately.
boy, I've kind of stopped.
But there is, hang on a second, before
Yes.
run out of enthusiasm. There is rook g3 in the air.
I admire.
Yes.
Queen takes
but the
d5.
problem is,
queen e6,
obviously,
hold on. It's my turn.
I know.
I know.
But there is. I mean,
Okay,
these are the
but-
kind of things that maybe Alice is thinking about.
Yeah, this is where you were headed.
But that's the problem. You start getting desperate, right?
Right.
It feels almost like desperation, and if it doesn't work, you're just a piece and a lot of pawns down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, this g4, also from a visual perspective, once you play g4, you know that you're not opening up the position unless you sacrifice something.
Right.
Okay.
And if those sacrifices don't work, then you're just in trouble.
Okay.
You go h3, I go g3. You go g3, I go h3, and I close the position
And
down.
what about the other option, which is, okay, that's something. No, not taking.
Not taking.
I've changed my mind. I said, okay, I will not go for this kind of hacker attack. Instead, you go for my d pawn. I will just defend.
Okay.
I will resolutely put my king on b8. Yeah, you got it. And then once you come to c5, I'm just gonna.
Let's put some moves on the board, right?
Like maybe bishop e6.
Yes.
Let's go rook c1.
Yeah. Okay.
And now look what he's doing.
King a8.
Shuffle.
Defend.
Bishop a6.
He's being mean, isn't he?
I'm getting my attack going. I mean,
Hang on. There's knight a. Yeah.
knight a5, I take on b7 and then take on c7.
You also can take on b5.
Probably here is where I misled you. Maybe we should have played, instead of the move bishop e6, just bishop back. We've got it defended, and then on this, move away.
But isn't this sad? I mean, I'm
sad.
the one attacking you right now,
Exactly.
which is not what you planned from a very long
No,
time.
I'm still a pawn down. I
But-
feel
Bishop
right.
b5.
I mean, but if what I'm trying to say is that if you just simply keep defending, and you still keep up the pressure on the king side,
Yes.
is that enough to kind of?
It doesn't. I don't think it's
something?
the compensation. I don't think it's sufficient for compensation. I know what you're saying, that you've got this attack brewing, but, well, I've got a lot of defenders. The knight on e2 is doing a yeoman's job. The rook on f1, even if you did double your rooks on the g file, I do have rook f2. So there are a lot of bits. You did like that? Do you like the British? There are a lot of bits on the king side.
Is that not American?
No, we never say bits. We've got the pieces. I got pieces defending my. We're not bits. Bits.
Really?
Queen? Yeah, really. No, I mean that's British all the way. Trust me. I've got license to speak. My mom's British. Queen b3. Well, Irina says, "I've got enough defenders. Let me start
Irina is in
having
full control. I'm calling it right now. She has absolutely no problems solving her situation with the king on the king side. No problems. Lots of defenders. And I
Right.
don't see a way through. I don't see any entry squares. That was the point that Jovi was making earlier on in the
Right.
broadcast. There's no entry squares anymore, right? And I feel safe. Look, I feel safe, and I'm launching my own attack on the queen side. Irina is feeling it right now. She knows that she has a great advantage, and she knows that it's much more comfortable for her to play because, again, psychologically, you've been attacking, you've been sacrificing, and your attack is not going anywhere. And now you're the one on the defensive. Alice Lee, that is, psychologically, that is a very difficult thing to accept. And I don't think she will accept it. She will try to find something on the king side, but there's nothing there.
At the moment, it doesn't see. As we looked at our graphic, we came on, yes. The lopsided score between these two ladies, big time in favor of Irina. But then I'm thinking, come on, 13 years old, Irina's taking advantage of the youth of Alice. But the reality is that this is beginning to have its impact. I mean, for Alice, it's like she threw a gambit early on, got an initiative, and the initiative is dissipated. It kind of hurts when you're when you can't, land a blow against your opponent.
I was surprised by Alice's choice of opening, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I mean, it was very specific preparation for Irina because in their earlier encounters and all throughout the tournament, Alice has been relying on her trusted, semi-Slav
Yes,
opening.
exactly.
And then to switch from that and play like an E4, C4, E5 opening, which
With
again...
a gambit as black.
And also, Alice is not an E4 player. She is a Sicilian player, but she's not an E4 player. So I'm thinking that perhaps some unfamiliarity with the opening.
Hindsight's 20/20. At the
Yes.
time, we thought that had she played that move H3 earlier, it was a gambit that was going to pay dividends. Not so anymore. After this move, Queen B3, Irina's in pole position. Let's take a look at the open section. And when we left it, we kind of left it here. We just saw the move Queen F2. Eyeballing that F7 pawn is Hikaru Nakamura. And wanting to play F4 takes E5 is white, F7, F6. That's the type of move, when I play it, I always reward myself a pat on the back. Because I play this move purposely for two reasons. I shut down the rook and I shut down the bishop, right? With the move F7, F6, I'm closing the diagonal and I'm, in a sense, kind of closing the action on the F file. So those petite little moves like F7, F6 really, I stop and say to myself, very good, Yasser, very good. Takes on F4, E5, takes on E5, takes on E5, knight takes E5. Wesley saying, I'm just taking whatever it is that you're throwing at me. And Cristian, what is the follow-up for Hikaru?
There's a few follow-ups, but the position still remains very balanced right now. Rook c1 makes a lot of sense. Even bishop takes e5 if you try to simplify the position as much as possible. Bishop takes e5, queen takes e5. Follow it up with d7. Don't go into this endgame because after take, I am picking up an extra pawn on a3 potentially, but even corralling this pawn on d6 might give black the advantage, right? You don't want to see these type of positions on the board. Now, what you do want to see on the board as white is after taking on e5, queen takes e5, go d7. Use this pawn as the weapon that it is. And now I go rook to d8, rook to d1, or queen to a2 first, so that you protect the pawn on a3. Now, the question is, do you want to go king to h8 and allow queen to f7, the protection of the d pawn from f7, also that attacks the pawn on f2? It feels a bit too active for white. So what black has to do is offer the queen trade, and this seems to be just a draw. You go here, yes, you go on the 7th rank, I go towards your pawn, for who? It's unclear, right, for who? Because I am corralling the pawn on d7, I am about to pick up the pawn on a3 as well. What I'm seeing is a lot of exchanges. You take, I take, or I take on d7 first. You can take on b5 or take on d7, take, and we get this type of position, which seems to be just, material is too simplified. There's not that much play left in the position. You're going to take this one, I'm going to take the pawn on a3, and we're most likely going to head towards a draw. This seems to be the natural conclusion of this game. The players have been playing a really good game so far. I have to say, very, very precise. They're not giving their opponents any sort of chances in the position. Hikaru is trying, Hikaru is putting a lot of pressure, but Wesley is very accurately defending. And it seems like right now the position will be simplified, and I have a feeling these players will reach a draw agreement.
And if I try to exploit the current moment of the pin with the move rook on c1, te1, pinning the knight and trying to pick it up.
Very careful, don't take on d6.
That's the point. I was hoping for queen takes.
Because if you then you can
then queen takes, and I'm eyeballing f7 in case of the knight moves, and I'm also wanting to take. So
now it's just too many pins, right?
Exactly.
So you have to go queen d5. Get off the pin, but from d5, which protects the very critical square f7.
Right.
That's the key.
And so after queen takes, knight
I think I have knight d3 now.
d3, you're forking my rook and queen. Takes, and d7, you keep.
I still keep contact with the pawn on f7, with the square f7.
Exactly. So queen d5 is. Actually, that's the only move. Everything else looks winning for white.
That's right.
But queen d5 saves it.
Saves it. No, Wesley is so good when calculating these type of positions. Let's not forget what he did against Levon. He just took every pawn that Levon gave him.
In Berlin, that was amazing. Bishop takes e2.
He took everything.
Takes e2, knight takes a2.
He took the pawns, he took the exchange,
and
then
the rook.
Accurately defended.
He played rook b8, he gave nothing back.
Rook c8, rook b8, defend everything, no problem.
That was
you cannot pressure me with this type of bluffs, and this is exactly what he's doing right now. There's no bluffs remaining. I think we're going to see a liquidation of the pieces, exchanges, go into the endgame and make a draw. And it's going to be Wesley so with the white pieces tomorrow.
Right. I remember playing a game against Sergei Makarchev, and it was in an awkward position, and I decided to go for a bluff, where I, threw a pawn, threw a rook, just exactly in the same style as Levon. He just carefully took everything, called my bluff. Actually, nicely played. I mean, sometimes it doesn't work. I mean, and that was quite the game by Wesley. He's taking everything as Wesley, and by the way, he's defending this position really very, very accurately, which is his strength.
That's what he does, right?
Yes.
And we have a tweet, Yasser.
Okay, challenge the commentators. That's what I asked.
And
Marzipan
on YouTube asks, in the Hikaru So games, what plans would you consider to take the game from a draw to pushing for a win?
Well, Hikaru's doing exactly what he hoped to do. If you go back to somewhere, let's say around these parts, right here, and if you ask me the question that Marzipan does, I say, how are you going to win this position as white? And I say, well, as It's very simple. You see my bishop on b2? I'm going to blast open that diagonal. I'm going to blast open this diagonal so I can capture this knight on f6 and then land a checkmate over there. So look what Hikaru did. He played the move f4 to blast open the diagonal. He played c5 so that he could undermine the e5 pawn. And he's done everything he can to achieve his trump, which is the bishop on b2. Now the diagonal's open, but unfortunately, Wesley has defended it very, very accurately.
Right.
But this is the way you're supposed to try to win. Put your trumps to work. In this case, it was the bishop. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, also,
I like
would
the question.
also,
Thank you for the question, by the way.
I also like the question. Sometimes you have to start from a position of slight superiority to push for that win.
Sure.
Because when it's equal and there's no way through, sometimes you have to accept it is what it is.
Right.
And we also have another tweet.
Okay, today they're coming.
Our enjoyment. And
from
Jason
Jason.
Koss says, what has surprised you most through the tournament so far? Also, happy birthday.
Well, thank you very much for the best birthday wishes. For me, I'm just so pleased that the tournament has met my highest expectations. I came in, I knew the format was going to generate a lot of decisive games, lots of thrills and spills, but it exceeded even that. So I'm just elated by the tournament. I really, a big shout out to the players. I mean, it's so easy to commentate when the players are really giving it their all. And when you look at, for example, what Naji has done throughout the tournament, what Levon did in the elimination brackets, they played great. Guys, jump in. I mean, this tournament has been a wonderful event to call.
It has been, you know, the fighting spirit has been immense. For me, the biggest surprise of the whole event is how few playoffs there were in the women's section. There were only
there were
two.
a lot of decisive.
There were a lot of decisive encounters
in the classical.
In the classical, and I wasn't expecting that. I thought that there would be a lot more playoffs. We haven't yet seen a
Irina
blitz.
and Alice were so dominant.
And
that was the reason.
Naji and Alice, of course, had a playoff, but it was a rapid playoff. We haven't seen blitz, and we haven't seen any Armageddon
for the ladies.
For the women. And
Jump
that's been
in.
a surprise.
Jump in, Christian. What has been the big surprise of the event so far
For
you?
me, it was Hikaru's handling of the black pieces, especially Hikaru's Sicilian. I haven't seen Hikaru as the Sicilian, especially not such an offbeat line, the Kalashnikov. You usually play the Sveshnikov, you play maybe a Najdorf, but the Kalashnikov with the black pieces, successfully so. Let's not forget, he defeated Wesley So, if I'm not mistaken, in the blitz portion. That was a great example of how dangerous his opening preparation has been, as well as
Lanier.
The game against Lanier, and that was, in my opinion, the highlight for Hikaru's performance. That game was so clinical, so beautiful, and all his calculation that he was doing. We were looking at the game with the engine, and we still couldn't understand exactly what he wants. He understood exactly what he wants. That knight to d4, knight to c2 idea to put the knight on c4. Amazing. That was alien chess. And I have to say, Hikaru deservedly took down Lanier in that match and smoothly went on to the grand finals.
I think we're kind of underappreciating the effort that Irina has also put in. And again, because her way to the grand final was kind of so smooth, we just kind of like shrug our shoulders, took it for granted. But the only reason she's so successful is because she really plays accurate chess. And her choice of openings at times, very, very cagey. But I mean, when you think about, you know, her end game, middle game strategies, everything, she puts it together. And except for that moment where she just lost virtually on time, I mean, it was 1 second, she's been impressive.
She's been very impressive. She started the tournament with 3 victories.
Right.
And like you say, you know, I've been impressed by her precision.
Yeah.
And how she's been able to put it together in critical moments and take advantage of those mistakes. And there we see Irina.
A returning
champion.
And what do we have in the game? Wesley's game, knight takes e5.
Rook c1.
We did see rook
and
e
now we're
c1.
expecting queen to d5, and it does seem like it's one of the only moves in the positions. So you have to be very, very careful.
Right.
Big pivotal moment right now for Wesley. Don't do anything but queen to d5. But if he does find the move queen to d5, then I think he's out of the woods right now, and we're going to see the simplification.
Is there any way that, I mean, again, the trump card in the position is this pawn on d5. Is there any way I can somehow manage to...
How would you do
takes?
that?
Yeah, well, obviously, rooks belong behind pass pawn. Get the pawn to b6.
Yes.
Get the queen, pardon me, get the pawn to d7, get the queen to b6.
To e6, yeah.
Go back to e6.
Sure.
Okay.
Once again, it's all about that f7 pawn. Queen
I want to fly.
b6. Let's go queen d7.
Yeah. Oh, queen d7.
Yeah. And I'm stopping both the pawn and your attack on b7.
Okay.
You sure are.
Wait. I have an idea.
Yes.
Please, Jovi,
Okay,
help me
so
out.
instead of queen b6,
Okay.
go d7.
Okay.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay, I was afraid of rook d8.
And then
Rook d8 or rook
queen
d5,
a7.
right? Maybe even rook d5.
Yeah, I was
I think rook
hoping
d5
this-
just picks up the pawn, right?
Queen a7, rook d5, and we do have queen d5 on the board. Yeah. Yeah, I think the same business as before. We're just trading too many pieces. Simplify.
You take on d5, I take on d5, you take on b7, I take on d7, and, you know, we make a draw.
Yeah. Otherwise, who ended up with the pass d pawn? Wait a minute. I mean, there was a pass d. Christian, I mean, good.
Queen d5.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Yes.
Yeah. If for some reason queen d7, I had just blocked myself from thinking that because I had seen this move queen c7, and I thought, oh, this is what you want to avoid. Now my rook d8 kind of puts the kibosh on my brilliant idea of worming my way in. Current position, any trickies that...
No trickies, no
trickies.
And if you do go rook to d1 first,
yep.
I think I just have knight d3.
Nonetheless, huh?
Yeah, just knight d3.
Wow, walking into a pin, no worries?
What about
Rook to
moving-
e3.
What about activating
Please.
the queen
Show me.
to h4?
But then I have rook e2, right? And I'm starting to put some nasty pressure on g2.
I was kind of hoping my queen g4 would be quite good, but yeah, I don't have any time.
The problem is the b2 bishop is
Yes,
hanging
yes.
to the rook. Knight d3. Kind of strange that there's no way of exploiting...
That it works, right?
Yeah, like, darn it.
Yeah.
D7? No, queen takes d7. You've got this rook e3 to defend the knight, and that's it. Yeah, I mean, okay. Asked and answered. I think that's a very good... Queen e2. Okay. These are the trickies that I was trying for. Why didn't we ask that question? That's a good question.
That is a good question, but
Is it f3?
it was one move I had.
I mean, that is a strange move. But it does stop these, in case my king ever has to go to f7, it does stop rook takes f4 check. So I'm thinking, Christian, jump right in. I'm thinking this move, queen e2, does test black a little. Does
test black or tests white?
Okay, that's
so I go
your
F3.
determination.
What do you do?
I got to take it.
You got to take it. And now I go knight g6.
And I got to take it.
You're going to take on e8. I'm going to take back.
And
we get
I'm going
into
to take
that
it.
endgame. How do we
So
assess the
two
position
rooks
right?
versus the queen.
Be careful. You might be getting checkmated if you're not paying attention.
Well, there is rook b8.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
you
good. But he's
Yeah,
saying
I know.
I better pay attention, otherwise.
But the rook will capture on g7
And defend g2.
and defend g2.
I like the way you're thinking there.
Well, does It's a bit shaky. I don't fully trust it.
Look.
But for you,
my confidence.
I'll go with it.
Don't rattle my confidence. But I understand what he's saying. He's
What
saying
if I go
like,
c5 at the end?
Pardon me?
I'm not going to allow you to take on b7. I'm going to go c5.
C6, C5. Wow.
Who's playing for what? Who's playing for a victory right now?
Well, that's the thing. Normally, when you have the queen against the rooks, the opposing king has to be vulnerable. The rooks can outplay the queen, but if the opposing king is vulnerable, then the queen can can overwhelm the rooks. Now, in this position, to my way of thinking, both kings are vulnerable. So then it becomes a judgment call. Do you think White's king's more vulnerable than Black's king?
Absolutely.
You do?
I do. Because, you know, as Cristian highlighted, knight comes to f4, queen comes down to d2.
Right.
And,
But-
I mean, also,
but
when I
wait a
take a
minute, I
look
can
at the
also go-
coordination of the white rooks,
Right.
they're not selling it to me, let's put it that way.
Well, if the rook was on e1, I get to go rook takes b7. It's like the black king gets mated in an
Right.
instant. So, I mean, I thought both kings were very vulnerable. Just a moment. Let's have a stop right here. And,
Very
wow.
intriguing position, I have to say. Very, very intriguing position. This one is starting to get a bit imbalanced. And the path towards equality is very narrow for both sides, in fact. So let's go rook to b8.
Okay.
c5.
To defend.
It's all about the idea of preventing one of the rooks of going to the g file. Because if you do land on the g file, you defend against all these ideas of knight f4, queen takes queen to g5 check, queen to g2 mate, right? So you defend against this upcoming attack. As you predicted, rook to e1 is the best move. After c5. Keep going, yes, sir?
Yep.
Rook to e1.
Yeah.
That's the move.
Right.
If you don't play rook e1, you're actually lost.
Wow.
So if you take on c5 and you're expecting queen takes c5 check, no. I'm not touching that pawn. Now that I defended on b7, I'm going to go knight f4. And how do you defend against queen g5? Doesn't seem like there's a way, right?
Right.
This gives black the advantage, a winning advantage, in fact. So you have to go rook to e1. I can take on b4. Yes, that's the plan. That's exactly the plan. Rook to e7, king g6, rook takes g7, and that's going to be good for white because it defends that important square g2. No, that's a bad move. You have to go rook to e4 now.
Whoa.
You have to stop the knight from getting into play with knight to f4 or knight to h4.
Why is pawn takes pawn so bad? I mean, are you not banking on
I'm still banking
rook
on
e7 check?
rook e7 check.
If you take, I will go knight to f4.
Rook e7.
And then we go into this line. And now you're getting close to getting checkmated.
That knight and queen combination's fearsome.
Only
huh?
way out is to go d7. I pick up this guy. And now you go h4.
Yeah, to keep the king square on h2.
And then perhaps you're surviving. Perhaps you're surviving.
Wow.
But this is not easy. And by the way, Hikaru, when he played that move queen to e2, he needs to have calculated all of these lines, or at least assume that he's going to be fine. Nevertheless, with such a weak king on g1, that's not a clear assurance to my eyes, at least not from a practical perspective. It's easy to see it with the engine, but without the engine, not so easy.
But by the way, we also have to emphasize that for Wesley, he has to find the move f4, f3. If he goes into those variations...
He doesn't.
Pardon me?
He doesn't. That's not his only move.
That is not his only move.
No.
Oh, I apologize. If he played knight g6...
Yeah, he can go knight g6 as well.
But isn't this just simply better for white?
No. Take, king f7, rook to b8. I can probably take on d6.
Take on d6, take. This is where
King
I thought
E6.
my king, the white king, is safe, and the black king was not.
The black
king
king hides.
e6?
Yeah, the black king hides.
There you go. Hiding in plain sight.
Just a
That's
second. In the
that's a new
immortal
one.
words of Bent Larson, nobody believes you. Your king hides? Where does your king hide?
Well, be careful. If you allow me to get too far up the board, then your own king might be in danger because of my king.
Your king hides.
Keep going.
Where?
Let's go to g4.
No.
Not afraid of anything.
Oh, but you can't take the pawn though, because queen d2 is a nice counter to that.
That's right.
I feel tasered.
I'm sorry. I ganged up on you.
No, not at all. I mean, I heard the king hides, and I was like, hides? How does a king hide? Okay, I don't want to allow this f3. I don't want to allow this queen d2, but come on. Can I really be worse here as white?
No, I don't think you're worse. I think it's
Well,
probably 0.00.
I'm not convinced. Queen d2, what do you do? Well, wait a minute. I was not sure you're getting out of...
Yeah, you can get out of there. If white wanted a draw, you can go rook f2, rook f1.
No. I'm not going to give him a draw. No way I'm giving Yasser a draw.
I was going to go rook to g7 against because I was told by you, by the way, that if I put my rook on g7, I defend g2. I'm been promised sweetness in paradise.
Yasser needs to work for his draws. So I'm going to give you a check on e3.
Check on e3. Now I don't want no stinking draw to rook f2 is. Yeah, I don't want that.
No, but he's going to take on a3, right?
No. I'm not even. I'm not looking at your pawns. No.
Okay,
and
hang on.
By the way, he did not play f3.
He played knight c4.
Whoa. This is a totally different kettle of fish. Let's review, let's refresh and go to the current position. He didn't play knight g6. He didn't play f3, the two moves we were looking at. He chose the third move, knight c4. And what does the engines think about this one?
You probably can guess it. Right, 0-0, of course.
No.
Yes.
Again, I'm thinking that black's king is more vulnerable than white's, and I've got it wrong.
But how is this 0-0? I mean, you give a check.
It's not that easy. So you give a check. You have to give a check.
Right.
Otherwise, you lose the bishop on b2.
Right.
King g6.
Only move. Everything else is losing.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's say
rook takes
g7.
And anything else is losing.
And now you need to move the bishop because.
Right. We're on pre.
Yeah, I would put it on a1 just because it's protected.
Okay, fair. You put it on a1. Do we gobble up this pawn?
Let's pick up the pawn. Queen takes
okay,
queen.
rook f7.
Ooh, Jovi.
Ask and you shall get it.
Yes.
King g5. Let's defend that pawn. I mean, you're attacking my pawn. I gotta play logical chess, right?
I have never heard him being this facetious. Logical chess. And, well, we do have rook e7 as a prelude to the king coming. And Wesley just, like, you're right? King
blitzed it out.
King to g6. Let's blitz it out. Yeah, this is the position. Precisely this position, where I would say the two rooks are going to overwhelm the black side because I'm looking at white's king. I'm saying you're pretty darn safe. Good job. Black's king, no, you're not safe. I should have the advantage.
So this is what I think we will be seeing.
Okay.
Instead of bishop to a1, my prediction is that Hikaru has seen a way to simplify the position in case he needs it. So no. Rook takes g7.
So
king
first
h6.
of all,
and
rook
after
takes
king h6, I'm going to take on f4.
Hang the bishop on b2.
Yes, which forces matters because now I go to f7.
With this rook.
The f rook, yes. And now there's no way to defend against perpetual.
There's and also d7 is
So for example, if you try to get away from the perpetual with queen d3 and let's say you want to sacrifice the queen for the two rooks.
You can...
you take and d7.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you cannot do that.
No.
You have to accept the draw. You can give a check on d1 and king f2, and then you can try to say that, oh, wait, but my knight gets back into play with knight d3. But then I get close to the knight with king to e3, and you don't have a follow-up. The perpetual is coming.
And I've got the Pipette. Wow. I'm still confounded by this position, and I was really thinking that Hikaru was for choice with the two rooks. It just happens that this bishop on b2 is under attack because, you know, the desirable d7, the desirable rook g4, and let's set up bishop, you know, mating patterns. It all feels like it should be good for white. Good grief. That's remarkable. Wow. And once again, we had Ruka.
But
wow.
That's presupposing, though, that Hikaru wants a draw.
Hikaru perhaps knows that he has a draw in case he cannot find anything else.
Right.
So he probably saw this whole line. He saw rook takes f4, and he can pull the brakes whenever he wants, it seems like.
So rook takes f4, knight takes b2, rook on f4 to f7, setting up a constant perpetual check with rook h7. And
if he wants it.
Yeah, is his, as you say, pulling the brakes. I'm confounded.
I am also confounded.
I'm going to return my Grandmaster title to the FIDE office and say,
well, it doesn't really matter the results of today because tomorrow it's all determined.
They'll switch colors and away they go.
They will play a second game, and if the match is tied after 2 games, we are going to see playoffs. And this will continue until the match is totally decided.
And only in case of Alice Lee and Wesley winning the match tomorrow will we have playoffs in the grand finale.
Yes, basically Wesley So and Alice Lee, in order to win this cup, the title, they need to beat like Hikaru twice in the case of Wesley and Irina twice in the case of Alice. And talking about, whilst we leave those, well, that was a bit crazy game between Hikaru and Wesley. I also see that things are sharpening up in the game between Irina and Alice because Irina got greedy. She grabbed the pawn on d5.
I love it.
And in return, Alice got a big pawn on g3.
Okay, well, so 2 pawns up for Irina. Okay, when we left it, we left it after the move queen b3, rook g8, king h1. Boy, talk about playing, just keeping everything under control on the king side. G4, now rook to g1. Oh, I'm loving this for Irina because we were looking at these positions where you go g3, h3, or if you go h3, I'll go g3, and I'll keep the position close. She said, I'll have that one.
Yeah, so she allows g3 because h3 is not possible because the bishop takes h3.
Let me just put that on the board. That's a discovered attack against the queen. Is that absolutely true? Because I start to think about rook c6, don't I? Can I play rook c6 here? Sorry,
well, you do have.
If you take, I've got a check just to let you know that I do get my queen out of dodge.
Bishop b6.
And
now we can go g2.
Okay, I'm still with you all the way.
And now.
Unless you play g1 and maybe you do play g1. Okay. Sorry, I just had to stop and pause there for a moment. Irina said after bishop takes h3, oops, sorry, this is not what Irina said. After g3, Irina said I will pull back the queen, queen f3, bishop g4, and Alice took the knight.
What?
That is a shocking move. Why would you ever give up?
You cannot do that.
That is really shocking. So I will happily
I understand you go h3, and you're saying that you're opening up the lines.
She's going to go h3.
Ah, thank you.
But now I go bishop f3. How do you continue opening up the lines?
I suppose you have to do this. Oh, g4. There, that shuts down everything.
Attack is over. Yes,
that is over. But if you take on G2 first,
that's fine.
Okay.
Then I take with the bishop.
Pause for just a second, because there is a Queen H3 sighting that. Okay, never mind. And we are here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can I? Sorry, I seem to be on a single track at the moment. Rook takes C6.
Let's look at it, right?
Or D5. Rook takes C6 or D5. Jovi?
Take it.
What's your instinct?
Do it.
Take it? Check?
Show no fit. Though the king is going to go running, right?
I guess the king gets
King
on
D7,
its running
yeah.
shoes.
Yeah.
King to D7.
New piece?
No, new piece?
No, but you've
No,
got rook
we-
takes G2. No,
I don't like
too
that rook
ambitious.
takes. Sorry, too ambitious.
What about?
Okay, so we're here. We're anticipating bishop takes E2, H3. This feels like Irina's got something really good here.
So let's keep going. Bishop F3.
Bishop F3.
You have to take on G2 first.
Apologies, you're absolutely right. We already realized that.
Okay, take on G2 with a bishop.
Yasser wants to take with the queen.
I do. I want to play, you know.
And it makes a lot of sense,
I like
actually.
this bishop not being under attack on G2, but Cristian was looking at this, and I think we were going to go D5. Let's have some
No,
fun.
D5, I take on D5, right?
What?
I'm not sure if I want to see those type of positions.
Wow. Because there's a rook G1 check.
And that opens up my king, right?
Yes.
No, but can we get ready for that D5? Like Queen F3 or Rook C5, double up on the C file. What if I try to double up on the C file? Caveman chess. Let's go Rook C4 or Rook C5.
I was a little bit worried that black might return the favor by doubling up on the G file, right? Oops, that arrow. That was the worst arrow from all the broadcasts. That was the worst arrow. Bishop takes E2. Sorry, let's go back just to the game position. Why do you think Alice took this? She could have taken on G2, could have gone H3. Help me out here.
No, I think she's looking at exactly what we're looking at.
Bishop.
And she's assuming that she's going to have enough compensation via the G file. But okay, let's keep going. That line seems to be the correct one.
Okay. This is the line that seems to be the correct one, yes?
Take, and you annoyed me with that move rook to G3, so I'm going to try to stop you. I'm going to go Queen F3.
Queen F3 immediately.
Why not?
Makes sense.
Rook doubles.
Okay, we don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
But now I go D5.
Now you go D5, rook doubles.
You're not afraid you're getting checkmated first.
Well, I mean, yeah, who lands there first with the most, right? I mean, there is this, well, that's not really a threat. Maybe this is the threat.
How is the position after Queen takes G2?
No, well, should we talk once again about the two rooks versus the queen position? It's all about the vulnerability of the king, right?
Mm-hmm.
And whose king is more vulnerable? It feels like White's king is the more vulnerable.
Yeah.
But the game of Hikaru has thrown me off my guiding principles. My beacon of light has turned to darkness.
But it's also to do with piece coordination, and take a look at White's rooks.
Not very
No,
coordinated.
they're not very good.
I don't like it here.
Yeah.
So
Let's go back.
Let's go back.
But you know what? I'm actually thinking I like Yasser's idea of going queen takes pawn.
Oh, Jovi, you know I can withstand everything except flattery. Flattery works terribly well in my case. Okay, follow it up with something brilliant because I wasn't doing it.
Queen check or bishop?
Queen or bishop check.
Yeah.
Ooh, which one do we like? Okay, queen check.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun and go, right?
Okay.
Are we ready? Is it time?
Yeah, now there's this idea of D5.
Right.
D5.
And then I want to follow that up with bishop c3.
Or
and
even
follow.
rook takes and bishop c3, bishop,
right? And I'm thinking that we've got to be guided by that beacon of light that is when your king is under attack, trade queens.
Our golden rule. I'm waiting for the angels to start singing here. You know,
chess is simple. When
chess
you
is so simple. Wow. Cristian, I've got great news for our commentary panel. We've solved chess.
Okay.
You thought it was complicated? Not anymore, folks. We've solved chess. Here it is. The guiding principles, our beacon of light. Queen takes g2 and queen h3 check and d5. We're ready to rock and roll. Take on c7, bishop c3.
You got the worst position.
Yeah, I think there's some rook g.
See, I told you chess was easy. What? How did we get the worst position?
I'll take the pawn. Queen takes b2, and I'm attacking the bishop pawn g2 at the same time. How do you defend against all my threats? If you take on c6, I have a feeling you're going to get checkmated. Not only after queen takes d2, but rook to g1 seems to be finishing it. Rook to g1, take.
There's some cobwebs getting
take.
Rook
and
h8.
now rook h8. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Oh,
that's beautiful.
Whoa. Bishop h5?
Bishop h5, and now I just
you
need to
take my bishop.
Yeah.
Oh,
Once again,
my.
the king is too weak right now.
Oh, my.
So there are some pitfalls in the position, but bishop takes e2, still on the board, still thinking, okay, let's keep going. Bishop f3, take. Taking with the queen is not great.
Okay,
you have take back with the bishop, it seems like. Take on h2 and now queen f3.
Okay.
This is the position we were looking at, right?
Oh, hang on, I got an idea.
Yes.
Rook c2.
What?
So rook g7, rook c2. Do the Soviet school of defense.
Okay. Rook
Soviet
g8.
school.
And then the bishop just moves.
Yes.
And everything defended.
Everything is defended. Yeah.
Soviet School of Defense.
It works. It works.
Just about
if you think about it, stabilize the position. You have the two bishops, you have the pawn up, you have the great structure. Your only problem is the fact that you're getting checkmated on the g file.
the only thing that's gone wrong. Everything else has gone right.
But the thing is, black doesn't have any other scheme of attack in the position. This knight cannot move. You get checkmated on b7. The bishop doesn't really have where to go, right? There's no targets. And this block of pawns on dark squares are doing a marvelous job against the bishop on c7. There's no way to invade with the queen. So if you stop, exactly as Jovi pointed out, if you stop the only counter shot on the g file, then you're just simply winning. I'm going to be able to have all the time in the world to set up my own attack, rook to c1, d5, then you have your own problems on the c file. You're getting checkmated first on the c file. So yeah, this is it. Just take on f3, put the bishop on g2, get the queen to f3, and then defend. Rook c2, bishop e1, rook c1, counterattack, and that's it. Game over.
Jovi, we did it.
We did do it.
You solved chess.
we have solved chess. As we get ready to go on break, with this last move, no draw, says Hikaru. I'm not going to play the rook takes f4, rook f7. I am going to play like Jovi. I'm playing for the win with the move bishop a1. Did he make the right choice? We'll find out as we'll take a break and we'll see you on the other side.
Chess in St. Louis is back with 9 major tournaments throughout the year. It all kicks off in March with the second edition of the American Cup, with 16 players across 2 fields fighting for a $300,000 prize fund in this double-elimination tournament with both classical and rapid time controls. For the first time since 2020, the Cairns Cup is back, featuring the world's best female chess players competing for a $180,000 prize fund beginning June 3rd. Seasonal classic events are back, starting with the Spring Chess Classic on April 5th, the Summer Chess Classic August 2nd, followed up with the St. Louis Norm Invitational, and the Winter Chess Classic wraps up the year in December. September brings back everyone's favorite, Chess Night on Legs, where some of the world's best don't even know what's coming and compete for a $150,000 prize fund. 30 players across 3 fields come together in St. Louis for the U.S. Juniors, Girls, and Senior Championships starting July 15th. In partnership with U.S. Chess, the best in the U.S. fight to be the nation's best and a $400,000 prize fund in October as the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships takes place in the chess capital of America. A year full of action-packed chess is just getting started. All broadcasts are available on our St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch.tv channels. It's 2023, and the Grand Chess Tour is back for its 8th trip around the world. Inspired by former world champion Garry Kasparov, the Grand Chess Tour hosts the top players to compete for top prizes. 8 of the world's best join tournament wildcards and travel to 4 different countries to fight for a $1.4 million prize fund. The tour kicks off in Bucharest, Romania for the Superbet Chess Classic. Then things speed up as we move to Warsaw, Poland and Zagreb, Croatia for the first 2 Rapid and Blitz events. The tour then makes its way to St. Louis, Missouri for the final 2 events. We're back in November for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. When points are up for grabs, the best players show up. Who will be crowned the new champion? Find out when the Grand Chess Tour returns.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
back, and it is game one of the first championship final, or grand finale as we've been calling it.
Absolutely, and I was just really stunned by the move of Hikaru Nakamura as he played the move H4, and it was like a dark curtain came over me as I didn't understand what's going on. And in case you're joining us late.
In case you're joining us, here are the matchups. We have Irina Krush, the highest ranked player in the female competition. She is facing off against 13-year-old Alice Lee, whereas Hikaru Nakamura, who headlines the event, he faces off against Wesley So.
And it's been exciting games in both matches.
And it's been very exciting because this is all the prelude for the action that is going to be happening tomorrow as the matches will be decided. Now, Irina and Hikaru as the winners of the champions bracket.
Right, they have an extra life.
They do have an extra life, so they can afford to lose the match tomorrow.
Right.
And then there will be an extra day of rapid playoffs.
Whereas if either Wesley or Alice lose the match, that's it. Tournament's finished. We left it just about this. We thought that Hikaru was going to play the move Rook takes F4, and then after Knight takes B2 to make a comfy draw as white with the move Rook on F4 to F7, as we've already got a perpetual. Hikaru spotted something in the position that I was completely blind to. He played Bishop A1, Knight E3. I thought white was in trouble. Knight attacks the Rook on F1, attacks the pawn on D6. What are we going to do about it? H4, says Hikaru, take my pawn, take my rook, and in either case, I've set up a very, very nasty Bishop G7 check and mate. For those reasons, Wesley said queen to D3, and suddenly the game is extremely sharp. Or maybe it's not. Is it going to be one of those triple zeros, Cristian, that we're so commonly see?
It is.
Oh, no.
It is, but King to F2 was not the correct move. Hikaru had a golden opportunity. He could have went to H2.
So Queen came to D3, Rook
all the way until the end.
Captured F4.
Queen D1.
Queen D.
That's the game.
Makes sense.
And now instead of King F2, King to H2.
Okay.
What do you play now?
Well, I assumed all along that the idea was to take the bishop.
It was indeed. And now this is where the key move comes into play. Rook to E7.
Rook to E7.
Just
rather hidden move, but you're taking
it's a
away,
very hidden move, yes.
You're taking away Queen E5. I like it.
You cannot play Knight D5 or things of that nature because after, at the right moment, I will play D7. Maybe I'll give you a check first to E6, follow it up with E7, and then you have some problems because you cannot defend against the promotion. So what you have to do after Rook to E7.
Oh, you do take the bishop.
Yes.
Okay,
taking the bishop is very important. Rook to E7, and now you have to start looking at ideas of Knight takes G2 in the position, and start looking for perpetuals, which are not easy to find, I have to say. Or Queen to E1. Sorry, not Knight takes G2 first. After
Queen to E1 with a threat.
Knight takes G2 is also a move, but Queen to E1 makes the most sense, at least from a practical perspective.
But if you still push the pawn.
If you push the pawn, I think
I've got a check,
F1,
and I got the rook. By the way, this is, once again, back into my ballywick of tricks. White's king more safer than Black's king. I would prefer the rooks. Right?
But you know what the problem is? And I think this is why Hikaru played King F2.
What's that?
Look at the time situation.
What is the time
8 minutes for Hikaru, with a very, very complicated position still.
Right.
Against 20 minutes for Wesley. So.
Well, how is Wesley supposed to handle the action after King F2?
Now you can just play Knight D5. Get the knight back. Yes.
Now you play Knight D5.
Yes, get the knight back.
My goodness, that wasn't the first move that came to my mind either. I was thinking Queen takes Bishop as well as Queen D2.
We might see Queen takes Bishop, yes. And then after Rook E7, once again, Hikaru is in the driver's seat.
Because Knight D5?
Because of these D7 ideas.
You're telling me that knight d5, whether you play rook check or not, we can decide
Let's
later.
go d7, yes.
And there's no perpetual, there's not enough of a perpetual here?
I'm not convinced you have the perpetual.
Wow.
But isn't there any knight takes rook and then...
Which rook?
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm going to take the f4 rook.
Yeah, I mean, with or without check,
Yeah.
right? Because, you know...
Don't go rook e2.
Don't go rook e2.
Rook e2, queen takes e2, knight takes f4, and I get back in time to avoid promotion with knight
That,
d6.
that is pretty.
Nice.
Let's just show that to our viewers. A nasty knight picks up the rook and stops the pawn from promoting. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So this is really
sharp
stuff.
Sharp stuff, yes.
And you're saying that in this exact position, avoid taking the bishop. Don't take the bishop. Drop back, attack the rook, take the bishop on the next turn,
That's
and
right.
stop rook e7.
That's right, because with the queen on d1, now d7 is not possible. d7, I'm just simply going to pick up the rook on f4, and the queen defends against the promotion. So
Okay, I am being challenged here, no question about it. I'm sure the players feel the same way. But how do you get to those triple zeros?
rook f7.
As before.
The same idea, yes.
And you got those perpetuals on tap.
And the knight on d5 still cannot catch the pawn, so you cannot sacrifice the queen for the two rooks. Rook takes h7, king g6, rook g7, and unfortunately for black, cannot take on g7. You just simply don't get back in time.
Exactly.
Take, d7. The knight is off sides.
Jovi, are you feeling challenged?
I am feeling challenged.
This is an amazing game that's going on here. Wow. Wow. And also the game of Alice Lee and Irina is also taking a very sharp turns as well. And the players in both games are going to be short of time. She did it. She did your
She did the
plan.
reinforcement approach.
Exactly. I'm referring, of
great
course, to the game of Irina. We had gotten to this position. Hold on. Let me just refresh my board and make sure I'm up to date with the players. We had gotten to this position, and we took a lot of false turns, let's be fair, until we finally, actually, you finally latched on to this very key idea of just defending the bishop by dropping back. And after king b8, now Irina feels like she's more in control of the position as she's looking to blast her way down the C line with the move d5. And how do the engines evaluate this one? I mean, first look, White's doing incredibly well.
White is cruising right now. It's a +5 pawns advantage. So this is game over, according to the engines. Objectively, Irina Krush right now has the full point in the bag.
Wow.
Wow. Well,
Okay, I didn't see +5, but I thought it was double-edged. But apparently, if you're not breaking through on the G1 square, it's game over.
Well, there's a
Jovi.
problem with black's pieces. I mean,
Truly.
they can't move on the queen side.
Yep.
And if they can't move,
That's bad.
It's really bad news. And of course, the bishop and queen holding everything at bay. And talking about the clock times, we see that Alice has just over 4 minutes.
Not so much.
And then Irina, well, she has 3 times more because she has nearly 16 minutes on the clock.
Impressive. So we're back to our open game between Hikaru, our #1 seed, King F2, and here's where Wesley is burning clock.
No, he took on A1.
He didn't play the move knight d5.
Not knight d5, he took on A1, and now Hikaru chose rook to G5, not rook to E7.
Rook to, whoa. Having real hard time following the moves of the game here. What's the idea behind rook to G5?
Checkmate.
Well, you always have this
checkmate.
No, I mean, that's the whole point. Isn't that the point?
That
the
is-
queen,
that is the
queen
point
is
of
tied
chess.
down to the point.
That is
to the
precisely
F6
the point,
square.
yes.
Yes, but okay, I get that, but if I drop back with a knight, then you're going to
Yes.
push the pawn?
Push, yes, yes.
Yes.
Is it so simple? I drop back with the queen.
Where do you drop back? Oh, to H8, very nice.
But then you have rook e4.
Don't I go rook F5?
What about rook e4, threaten checkmate?
Hold on, tell me what you want.
I want rook e4, right?
Rook to, well, he's done knight to e5 against this move, rook to g5, and we are expecting d7, right?
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we're
and we did drop back to stop the coronation, and we wanted rook f4 to f5.
Well, I wanted rook e4. Christian wanted rook.
Oh, the idea behind rook e4 was
Yeah, there's twofold. To go rook e6, checkmate. Well,
checkmate.
nearly checkmate.
Nearly.
Checkmate
And
finishes the game.
Now I go check, I presume.
King g1. Let's try to hide.
Check and try to hide.
Yes.
And
let's try to hide.
But
How
this
do
is
you
the
continue?
This is the dilemma.
where is
and
my knight going, right?
Wait, does knight b6 does not work because of d8?
Knight
D8
b6.
queen.
That's a worthy visual. That is a very,
it's
very
actually
nice.
quite impressive how
The king.
Hikaru's two rooks ensnare the king.
Yes.
But that's what my rules of two rooks versus queens are all about. The two rooks are for choice when the opposing king, in this case black's king, is
Yep.
the more vulnerable. And we do have d7 on the board.
And Hikaru
And he
making
played it kind of with
he played it with a flurry, you know.
well, as if to suggest time trouble is an issue for now for
He's
Hikaru.
not feeling comfortable with those 7 minutes only. He feels the position could still remain very complex, and he wants to keep as
It
much
is
time
very
as possible.
And in the meantime,
Any checks, by the way? Can I like ladder check you? Like if I go queen b2, sorry?
Let's try it out.
Try
So
it
what if
out.
I go king g1?
King to g1, check.
Rook f1.
Rook f1 and check, right?
And now king, let's say king
Where are you going if you
h2
go
or
king
h1?
h1?
Let's go h1. Why not?
Used Yasser's golden rule.
Yeah, the queen and the rook.
Even though
okay.
I'm not convinced, because now whenever my
Queen
rook leaves
e7?
the first rank, you have queen e1, queen takes h4.
Correct.
So in fact, I want to put the king on h2.
You do. All right.
You tricked me with this new rule of yours. Yes, sir.
It's not a rule, it's a guiding principle. It doesn't help a lot. But queen e7?
Yeah, and let's take a look at how Nakamura got through the brackets. And first up, he defeated Sam Savian. Look at that, woohoo! And he meets Dominguez, and there is a win there.
No playoffs,
No
as
playoffs
he keeps
at all.
winning in the classical.
And there he fights against his nemesis, Wesley So, and that one goes all the way to the Blitz tie breaks. And he manages to make it to the grand final. So there we have it. Amazing stats. 5 wins, 4 draws, and 1 loss with the white pieces against Wesley in rapid tie breaks.
Exactly, Wesley having to win with is back to the wall with the black pieces. Sorry, d7 on the board. 2 choices here: queen b2 check, driving the king backwards, and queen h8. Christian, tell us what he should do. Do you like the checks, or is queen h8 the right choice?
Queen h8 is a good move.
Is a good move.
Yes. But I have a feeling queen b2 probably. No, queen b2 actually loses.
Is losing?
Yes.
Because the
Queen
king...
B2, I go up with the king. King to g3, in fact.
Okay. Wow. I mean, queen b2 check, I have to say, is so tempting. I mean, you always want to see where your opponent's king is going to go. But queen h8, and then you had this idea
There's
of
another move in the position.
rook e4. Sorry,
Another
please.
move in the position, quite interesting, in fact, which seems to be forcing matters, is queen to c1.
Queen to c1, threatening the rook with a check. So you really have no time to queen. Then I'll just make a perpet.
Well, you probably have not more than that, so yes.
But why should I not have more? Can I not just move the rook back to f3?
If you do that, queen to d2, and after that I
now I'm behind.
go
the
knight
pawn.
e7, right? Knight e7, cover my king with knight g6, and
now life's wonderful because rook f6
There's
checks.
also- yeah.
Yep, sorry.
perhaps
That's
not that
queen
easy
e1.
anymore, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So queen c1. Wow.
Queen c1, and the big question is, how is the position after rook takes d5?
What's the big question again?
How is the position after rook takes d5?
Okay, well, can't you just take the rook? Take the rook with a check.
You
My brain hurts.
I'm there for you. Yes, I got it.
Ooh,
Queen
h8.
A8.
Okay.
H8.
The most natural move in the position. Yeah, just
I
defend
must
against
say,
the promotion.
Rook takes d5. Wow. This is really, really complicated. It's easy to get lost here. So queen h8 was like the most natural. Queen b2 check, you think about it for a little minute, a while or two, you kind of convince yourself you're only helping white's king get to safety. If you don't see queen c1, and I must say it looks like a strange possibility, then queen h8, and you say, let me put the pressure on my opponent. Queen h8, what's going on here, Cristian, is... I mean, I'm expecting somebody to tell me that Hikaru is playing for a win or he's playing for a draw. Like, help me out here. What's the objective result?
Well, the objective is still zeros. But
Still zeros.
It's all about, yeah, the engine will always find some sort of perpetual here, but it's all about that those practical chances, right?
Right. So, and we think rook e4, right? That was where we...
Well, that's the attempt to win.
Rook e4, yes, that's one move. Rook f5 was another one that we were considering. Rook f5.
Rook f4, f5?
Yeah, you would be surprised. There's a lot of moves that keep the balance in the position.
You know, this is where also I think I was influenced by Robert James Fisher, Bobby Fischer. You know, he kind of convinced my generation that there was always the best move in a position. There was the best move. You look for the best move. Now we get to these incredibly complex positions, and the engine says, no, there's not just one choice, rook e4, rook f5. There's a number of best moves. And I'm still getting adjusted to that. I'm always thinking there's the best move.
Rook
and he's
e4
played rook e4.
on the board. I think in a practical level, rook e4 might be a bit more problematic for black, because the other one, I mean,
Well,
not
you are
necessary.
looking at this mates, you are looking at rook e8. So yeah,
Exactly.
rook e4 would definitely, in a blitz game where I didn't have much time to think, that would be where my hand would go.
Okay, so now...
I mean, I'm thinking this is really challenging for Wesley, because from Wesley's perspective, I mean, his king is constantly being faced with threats of checkmate. It's not easy.
Yeah, I was going to say queen f6 check is the one consequence of this move.
Exactly.
And you have to step back.
Because king g3,
King g3, queen d6.
check, and you're behind the pawn, and maybe now you're ready to...
Well, I can take the pawn, right?
And even to take the pawn, I apologize for that. Yes, king g1, I have to step back. So queen d6 check. By the way, that stops both rook e6 as well as rook e8, so that makes it nice.
Cristian,
How's it going?
how's it going?
Oh, it's
Sorry, we thought we lost you there. We saw the two thumbs up, and we thought we're ready to jump to
that
you.
was
Like,
not for you, Yasser. Not everything is for you. I know it's your birthday, but
Look,
not everything is for you.
Look, I mean, I'm feeling very special over here. I mean,
I know.
It was very flattering. The
Look, we're
two
trying to
thumbs.
find a solution so that I can play Blitz on Sunday. I would really love to.
You want to throw
some
some patties, do
Yeah,
you?
why not? Why
Right?
not? I mean, I want to throw them against you potentially, Yasser, but I know you're not going to leave the commentary booth. I know you're stuck
I'm comfy.
in that chair.
I'm comfy. King G. We're looking at Queen F6, King G1.
Yes.
And we need a follow-up for Wesley at this
Well,
moment.
we'll find it out soon because
He's played Queen
He's
F6.
played Queen F6. We're
And
most
his
likely going to see
time-
King G1.
A factor.
His time, yeah. So
10 minutes for
Hikaru's-
Wesley, 5:40 for Hikaru.
Okay, and after King G1, we did spot a very, very nice trick. The very nice trick that we did spot was Knight B6, D8, Queen, and oops, that is a visual that Hikaru will remember for a long time, should he get it in.
So perhaps you have to go Queen D6, right?
So after King G1, Queen to D6, and he's reaching for his queen, so we expect Queen to D6, which covers the e6 square while simultaneously threatens to capture the pawn on d7. Now, where are all of these wonderful perpetual checks that you keep telling me the engine will find?
I'll show you.
Please. Queen d6 on the board, which is
d8.
d8. Okay. I
Now,
took us.
Rook e6.
A knight blocks.
Rook f5.
King joins the party.
Rook takes f6.
And
That's a draw on the king and pawn endgame? Really? Wow. So this is a drawn king and pawn ending. I can get a...
Not easy, though. Not easy to assess it, right?
Wow. My first instinct would be I want to avoid this. Sorry, Jovi, what were you
Right, I
about
was
to
going
say?
to say, you know, white does also have to be careful in that king and pawn ending, you know, because
the-
h5 could be coming to
Exactly.
sabotage those two pawns on the king side.
So something like this.
Guys, this is dangerous territory, I have to say, for Hikaru. This is, in fact, losing.
That's what I would thought.
Yes.
That
So go back a little bit before rook to f5. This is the key concept. It seems like after knight to f6, I have to start attacking you with my king. King f2.
No.
Yes.
Get lost.
Ah, so you're
I
saying
mean,
only move that makes a draw right now is king f2.
It's the only move.
Only move in the position.
Scanner.
Is the idea.
Hikaru has to find all of this with 4 minutes.
If Hikaru would find king f2 in that exact moment, that
Guys,
would be...
You have to play d8,
I think
king
he's in
f2.
trouble. I think Hikaru is in trouble right now.
Wow. Hikaru's in trouble.
I honestly think he will not be able to find this.
And Hikaru under 4 minutes on the clock.
This is
He might get
dangerous,
there.
dangerous territory for Hikaru.
And then just say, I've got a
Look at
bind.
him shaking his head.
Yeah, and he's kind of, his back is arched, is ready, he's calculating everything.
Well, there's something about the whole queen f6, queen d6 that he missed. When he played the move rook e4, he was clearly focused on queening the pawn and playing rook e6 and thinking it's all copacetic and good. But once again, this whole line where you go into this king and pawn endgame, that really, wow, right here. If you don't play rook f5, if you play king f2...
But from afar, you only calculate rook f5, right?
Of course you only calculate rook f5.
And then you calculate that for like your next 3 minutes, and you realize that you're
lost.
losing, and then you panic, and you do something silly, and you lose.
Okay.
Right?
Let's zoom out
I
a
did
little
too.
bit.
Yeah. Wesley did too. Wesley reached for his pen, and I said, "What was the move he played, Jovi?"
Let's zoom out a little bit and see Hikaru's face, because I'm very curious, and you can usually read Hikaru's.
And he's queened the pawn.
Right there. Let's see.
Well,
He's
there's
not
no
happy. Look at him.
And he's going
Rook
for this
A6.
line.
Okay, now is the critical moment. Will he play
Big
king
moment right now.
F2?
King
How
f2,
can you-
only move.
If he finds king f2, I'm telling you, this is
King h2.
H2.
That's the wrong side. That's the wrong side that it loses.
Why does it lose? It looks good to me.
Queen to c7. Check.
Okay. I'm still in this terrible pin. I don't quite get it myself. Okay, king h3, I understand. Queen d7, that's good. g3?
Queen f7.
Tickles the rook from that
Rook d6,
side.
queen
You get
e7.
out of the bind.
This is over.
Oh.
This is over. You cannot.
So he's got it, right?
He's got it.
He's got it. Queen c7
He's
check,
got it in the bag if he sees queen c7.
followed
right now.
by queen f7. Oh, that's nice. I mean, it is simple, and I would expect, but it is nice. Queen to c7, queen f7.
I'm telling you,
and
man.
Hikaru really was pressing the point. He was
trying.
pressing. He was avoiding draws, is what I
Right.
want to say. And he's not going to be rewarded. Queen c7 check lands on the board. Hikaru's going to see instantly queen f7 because, I mean, the threat is mate, right? So you defend the knight, and you defend the knight with queen f.
He's trying to maintain his poker face, but I
Exactly.
think he knows it.
Well, Wesley has over.
And by
10
the
minutes.
way, there's not really too much of a choice for Wesley either, right?
No.
I mean, otherwise Wesley really is bound hand and foot. You know.
Oh,
something
look at
like-
him! Look at Hikaru.
Hikaru, no.
He's
he
not
can't
even
give
looking
it
at the
away.
position. He knows it. He knows he's busted.
But
Oh
will
my
Wesley
goodness.
find? It's a little bit hidden, Queen C7, Queen F7, but you're anxious to. Aren't you thinking about Queen D4 as
You know what the
white?
problem is? It's not the only winning move.
Queen D4, right?
Queen F8 also wins.
Queen F8. Now you're hurting me. Queen F8 also wins.
No, Queen D4 is the one that makes a draw.
Oh, why does this draw? I mean,
Why
it
is
looks
Queen D? I
incredibly
mean,
active.
The same idea of the move King to F2. Now you get the King to G3 to defend that pawn. And you don't have a way to get back to F7.
Wow.
So now I just sit like this for a
It's
while.
all about dislodging the rook on E6.
Exactly.
I am mystified. You were about to tell me that Queen F8 also
F8
wins?
also wins, yes.
Well, he's
He's
put
played
his
Queen D4. He's
My goodness.
He's missed the Queen C7, Queen F7.
He missed it.
No, but this is so natural, you know.
It is.
Centralize the queen, attack the pawn, defend the knight. Looking good.
Why is Hikaru still thinks he's losing?
Well, Hikaru thinks he's forced to play G3, and that, I think, is what does lose.
Really? You think he wants to go G3?
Well, no, I'm thinking he thinks he has to play G3. King G3 is not a natural move.
King G3 makes a draw. Or,
King
well, at least
G3.
restores the balance objectively.
And
Let's see if he finds it.
Hikaru shaking his head.
Maybe Hikaru's
He's got a
shaking his
choice.
head because he
King
thinks the
G3,
position
G3.
is a draw.
No. 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 Hikaru knows he's in trouble.
Well, we know that he'd love a draw. Maybe he thought he was playing for a win all along.
I don't think so.
It's one of these sentences we know.
We know.
That he knows.
There are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns. And let's just check in the Irina's position for
Let's
just a
just
moment.
make sure he plays King G3 because if he doesn't, then
All right.
once again he's in a losing situation. But if he does find it, then that's going to be more or less an objective equality.
By the way, it does look like Irina is well on her way to winning at the
is.
moment. She does have this nice opportunity going on there.
2 minutes and 20 seconds for Hikaru. Okay, place your bets. Is he going to go King G3 or
Yes.
G3?
I think he's going to go King G3.
I think he's going to go King G3 as well.
Yes.
It makes sense, you know, bring in the king. And once you've resigned yourself to the idea that it could be a draw, then you have no fear. King comes out.
A draw? He would love a draw in this position.
Well, we know that,
We
but
know
he
that.
doesn't know
He doesn't
that.
know that.
He's not playing for a win. No. He's not shaking his head like that because he thinks he's playing for a win.
Well, he's shaking his head and his time's ticking as well as he's under 2 minutes. And again, there is no second time control in these classical games. It's 90 minutes for the whole game with only the 30-second bonus to...
Big moment right now, guys. Big moment. This, in fact, could be the moment of this tournament, of this title. Because if Wesley wins this one and he only has to make a draw with the white pieces tomorrow, he's going to take that match all the way to Sunday. All the way to grand final Sunday.
And then we have a
And
free
that's going to,
call.
and that's going to be a 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. It's going to be a rapid match. Anything can
Hikaru is
happen.
suffering. You can see.
He thinks he's lost. I'm telling you, he thinks he's lost right now. He's like, what did I do?
I don't know. I don't have the guide on Hikaru's gestures. Now he's under a minute.
Imagine him resigning right now.
No, he's not going to resign.
You don't think he's going to resign?
No, he's going to just...
Okay,
I'm
resigning
sure.
would be a bit too much.
I think he'll go King G3. He's shaking
He's
his
down
head. But I think,
underneath a minute, 40 seconds and counting.
yeah, King
He played
G3.
it.
I knew it. Because
Hikaru,
once you accept
it's a
that
draw
there's a
right
draw
now, man.
on the
I'm saying he's shaking his head because he thinks he's let Wesley off the hook.
That's what I think too.
He missed Queen C7 and Queen F7, as did Wesley. And I think Wesley is also thinking like, okay, I should secure the draw and play a
I agree.
perpetual. Sorry, maybe as we wait for Wesley, we'll just take a quick gander at what is going on in the Alice Lee game.
It's not going to last very long, I have to say.
Why is that?
Because can you not just take the rook?
Yes.
Is this not just going to be game over?
And then after we take the rook, you're going to hit me with a check, or what are we going to do? Were you planning to take the pawn, or is there something completely convincing?
No, wait, there is something. Is there something convincing?
Well, there is a check, and there's a check on c4. So if we go like this, we can pick up the bishop.
Yep.
And I don't think there's any perpetual checks for Alice. So
In fact, you can force it by going c7 right at the start.
From the very starting position, c7.
Then queen takes rook.
Right.
And now bishop takes rook. Now
then
the queen
the same
comes
idea.
to g8.
Exactly. And you just pick up the bishop for free, and there's no queen g1. Mates in the position. Got it.
That's good enough.
Good enough. All right, we're going to go back to this game that's keeping us on the edge of...
Let's stay with this one, because after king g3 is not that easy, and Wesley has some time to think about it. This one might actually be over very soon, right? It's just a check, 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 and pick up the
bishop, pick up the pieces.
Yep, yep, yep.
By the way, is time a factor at this moment?
Well, both players around the 1 minute mark. Alice has just over one minute and a half.
This is the current position where we're expecting either your c7 or queen takes g2 and queen g8 check. Same idea, picking up this loose bishop, the bishop which will be loose after capturing the rook. And c7 check on the board, king c8 only move.
And Alice really giving away that she's not happy, that she's resigned herself to the loss.
By the way, is rook c5, what am I saying? Bishop takes c5. So yes, queen takes g2, bishop takes c1, and we do see this geometry of picking up the bishop.
And psychologically, when you see this type of easy ways out that give you a decisive advantage, I think you just simply go for it.
Absolutely.
Because you're not risking anything, right?
Right.
Queen g8.
This is the current position.
And there's no chance for the queen to get herself a perpetual.
No.
I mean, the bishop on e1 is going to be a nifty defender, so.
Yep. I was just trying to be my irritating best, but I think you just actually just walk up the board and,
You have your own threats.
Yes, I do. Bishop
try to
d6.
give a checkmate.
And I don't think there's anything close to it. Can even hide my king behind the f7 pawn.
And Irina going
right for
the
that
line.
bishop. So we're expecting king b8 and queen. This is the current position. Queen is on c4 check as she's picking up the bishop on c1. King d7, excuse me. King d7. I guess Alice is saying that in case I make a perpetual, I don't want to see your king get to f7 or something like that. So she does go king d7, I guess queen h3. If I
think both we're going to see.
Both games at the same time.
Both games nearly finished. I mean, how is the Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura? Because here, this one is just going down our analysis.
Yeah, and it's going to be an extra piece for Irina after the move. Queen. Whoa! There's a rook on c6. Wesley, what's going on? Wesley played b6 and said, okay, if we go into that king and pawn endgame, I'm ready to play c5 and I think I'm better. Hikaru said, I agree with you. I'm not going to go into any king and pawn endgame. And this is our current position. Who's playing for a win and why? What's going on here?
Well, there's there's only black that can play for a win. The problem is that you don't have a good way to make any progress. The only way for white to play for a win is to bring another attacker to the knight on f6, but there's no way to do that.
He's played queen to f1.
And now just king to h2. How do you make any progress? King h2, queen f4, king h3, and we just repeat the position.
What happens if you get greedy?
How?
Rook takes b6.
Ah, you want to take another pawn.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Jovi, we're going to make
but now you just
a monster out of you.
I think you lose right now. It's problematic. I go queen h1.
Queen h1.
Yeah.
Followed by queen e1.
Yes.
And now if you go to h2, I take on h4.
And
if you go to h3, I go queen e3. Don't touch the pawn on b6.
The b6. It's poisoned.
It's because the rook is on a dark square. And now I have this double attack.
Queen f1 on the board.
Rook to e6.
To e6 on the board.
A similar idea. Just keep the rook on the light square. And there's no perpetual. Not more than perpetual.
But why do you say that? Why do you say that white can't play for the win?
How do you play for a win as white?
I'm dreaming of rook. I mean, of course, I don't want to allow queen h1, but I'm dreaming that I somehow could play king h2 and rook g3 in like a single go.
Yeah, good luck.
So how does
just rook c6, rook e6, rook c6, rook e6, rook c6, rook e6. And black is going to play queen f4, queen f1, queen f4, queen f1.
Queen f4.
It does, yeah, there's no way to make any progress for either side. Again, rook g3, your idea, queen h1, that's a checkmate, so.
Yeah.
And if you do try to go with, let's say king 8, so let's put something on the board, queen f4, rook c6, queen f1, king h2. And say that maybe after queen f4, you have rook g3, and I cannot take on h4 because of rook to h3. But I believe I can move my king now, right? King h5.
Yeah, that's not something that white would want to see. The king getting out of this absolute pin. So we think queen f4 and 4 minutes for Wesley. I must say, a game that started slow has suddenly turned into a bit of a drama.
It has. Yeah.
It definitely has. And meanwhile, it looks like Irina is going to be winning her game any moment now.
No queen f4. We actually had queen f2.
Queen to f2.
Is that right? Yeah, queen to f2.
And the same idea. I just keep my rook on the light squares. I go rook c6, rook e6.
Well, you're defending the pawn. Rook c6.
I kind of like the fact that both sides have this kind of
mutual.
Just zigzag.
Yeah.
There are
not many alternatives for either
moves,
side.
yeah.
And again, Hikaru is shaking his head like the worst thing in life has befallen him. It's a draw. Where did I miss my chance? And then he's going to be informed, no, you were lost. What? Really?
I can tell you one thing. Wesley's going to be super upset about this situation.
Missing queen
missing
c7,
queen
f7.
c7, missing queen f8.
Mm-hmm. Wesley also, he's making these intimations that he's not completely, happy with the outcome as himself. Like, he blew it. What?
Well,
it's been a strange game.
It has been a very strange game, but I guess if your opponent is doing these performances of displaying that they're unhappy, I think it's a nice tactic to also do the same.
Right.
Okay, queen f2.
Well, he's touched his queen, so he's definitely going to go queen f1, or.
I think we're going to see the rook dance from e6, c6, queen
e3 check. King H2. Well, I think Queen F4 check would be the one that would secure the draw. Absolutely, absolutely, right? Queen F4 check, King H3, Queen E3 check.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have to step up with the king.
Exactly.
Because you can't block with G3 because,
King H5. That is actually a very pleasant move to get out of this pin and also...
okay, can we try to lose with black?
Absolutely.
So
how do we do it best?
Queen F4, King H3, Queen E3.
Well, that's the line.
Now Rook G3.
Yeah, that was the line I was trying to set up.
but still.
And we
that's
do
a resignation.
have a resignation as Irina Krush continues her lopsided score with Alice Lee in classical chess. Our congratulations to Irina, defending champion.
She's telling her, "You're still too young, young lady."
And well, this is a
Your future is bright, but not today.
Not yet.
Not today.
Well, this does put Alice Lee in the unenviable position of needing to win tomorrow's classical game to take the match to tiebreak. And if she wants to be the winner of the American Cup, she also needs to win the playoffs and the games.
Big ask. A big
on
ask.
Sunday.
A big ask indeed. She will be challenged to win on demand tomorrow.
Whoa.
Queen H4.
That's a
stalemate. That is a pretty stalemate.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh.
That's a great way to
Shame on
finish
us
it.
for not having spotted that ourselves. It's not...
I think Hikaru is telling him, hey, what about Queen C7, Queen F7?
It's not common to see a stalemate with 1, 2, 3 pawns on the board and a knight.
No, it's not, no.
And a knight. Very, very,
nice.
very nice. What a finish.
That was a
and
nice
both
finish.
games finished within minutes of one another, too. Wow. Queen A. So, for those of you who are joining us late, in the first game between our championship match bracket, there was an opportunity for Wesley So, and it came about 20 minutes ago or less. As this first game was drawn, I'm bringing to your attention this position. And we just seen the pawn promote to a queen, queen takes check, and king h2. That was actually the losing move.
That was.
Remarkably enough, king f2 would have drawn the game. King h2 would have should have lost the game, thanks to the move queen c7 check, followed by queen f7. And this makes all the difference in the world.
All right,
You
I have a
defend the knight
question
with tempo,
for
please.
you guys.
Yes.
Let's try to be humans.
Yes.
What if I go king f2, and now I try to win with queen f8? I'm not going to look at the engine. I don't want
Right.
to see.
Well, the knight is pinned.
Right. I just want to go queen f7.
Queen f7 is the idea, yeah?
Yes.
But now the king and pawn ending is not that clear because the king is closer to the center. So let's go for it.
Let's go for it.
Yeah.
Yes. That makes the most sense.
Can I play g4 here?
Well, I can go king g7, and that's going to force you to
Yes,
pawn f6.
exactly.
So it's,
Thank you. Yeah, well, let's do it in the forcing manner.
Although, even then, you can
I'm a
still
little
step
bit-
up with your king.
I'm a little bit worried about h5, so
Yeah.
G4.
And
now
then
king
this should
e5,
be.
right?
King e5,
And now the king comes.
b6.
b6, and this is our problem.
Let's make that passed pawn.
G. But what I wanted to do after king
Yes.
g7, there is one more weighty move that
Sure.
improving move that you can make. So here, you can go king f3. You
King
just
F3.
have to make sure the knight can't dodge away from the pin.
That's a good point. That is a very good point indeed.
Any h5s? I mean, two can play the waiting game. Or then you want to go rook check and rook back.
No, I think
This
after
is-
h5, I just take and I go g4 and I create the passer, and that should be enough, right?
You mean this way?
Yeah.
Yes, take, and g4.
Right. Fair, fair. Wow. Great stuff. And both of these two great players are looking at what turned out to be quite a remarkable game.
It was a fascinating
It
tussle,
really
right?
was. It really, really, really was.
And the players there just showing us why we all love chess. You know, they're just trying to figure out
The truth.
of the position.
Yes, as well. And the bishop was on A1. And there we see Sunil Wiamentri.
This is in fact
stepdad.
ridiculous.
And
just saw it.
Hikaru saying, "Yeah, I don't get it either." Wow, what a game! And
so I just saw it with the engine, of course. Check this out.
Check it out.
After queen to f8, the only move to make a draw is king f3.
What?
Queen f7, and now I just defend my rook.
Wow.
And it's some sort of a setup where you go here, but now you don't have any checks because my king is on the light squares. Actually, you do still have this check. Now you're better. I'm not sure what's happening here, guys. King to f3, queen to f7, rook to e5. And if you go king to g6, now I just give you a check and I go back. What if I go king to g7?
Rook e7.
Now rook to e7, and that's a win.
Yeah.
Wow. And if you go b6,
G4.
G4, and now you actually have a threat. G4,
And
G5.
better.
Yeah, this is not
Mind
not
blowing.
for humans. Not for
Mind
humans.
blowing. This whole fight, I want to say, of the queen versus the two rooks really challenged my own perceptions of these endings, because I thought when you had the two rooks and the opposing king was vulnerable, give me the two rooks.
Right.
And we saw that it was actually, in this particular case, Wesley who could have won the game. I'm really, really, really stunned by that, as we get our players into studio to ask them what they thought of their games. I think they're going to be a little bit surprised as well. Jovi, pardon me, and Christian, we have a guest.
Irina, once again, you come here laughing and smiling and being super happy. This was a pretty good game, but it wasn't easy because she surprised you early on with this idea of e4, giving up the pawn. She was piling on the pressure on you early on. Did you feel that way?
She did say in her interview yesterday that she was going to rethink her match strategy, and she definitely came with something different today. I was really, really surprised in the opening because basically, let's put a few moves on the board. Yeah, this move e4. I mean, I'm a Sicilian player as black. Mm-hmm. And you think, like, if you saw something like, you know, e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, and you played knight f6, you got an extra move as black. Would white ever go e5? I mean, you don't see that, you know? So, I mean, of course, at first I thought, I was like, is she just confusing things? Because I don't even think I've ever played knight f3 before.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting that she had this preparation in a line that she really couldn't have even expected for me, right? I think
perhaps it was prep for some other player or some other game.
I mean, my guess would be it's prepped for me, you know. It's an interesting choice, you know, because the thing is, of course, it was very uncomfortable for me to be like surprised in the opening, have her playing instantly. And I was quite slow in just trying to understand the idea.
Yeah.
Right? I was like, well, I haven't made any mistakes. So like here black goes sacrificing the pawn. How is this going to work out?
Let's pick it up. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you think about where your knight should go. I mean, should you go to c3 or g3? But ultimately, yeah, I didn't want to let the pawn get to d4 with tempo.
How did you come up to the conclusion that you have to give this check, or that you want to give this check?
Well, my first instinct, I mean, I guess from a while back, I was thinking of probably knight e2, but then I was ultimately like, you know, I really should be developing my pieces, and I didn't see, you know, why not develop that bishop? And I mean, it did cause her to think. It's interesting, maybe.
Because it's supposedly not a good move by the engine, like it gives black already an advantage.
Does it? But you know, that's the thing, though. It's impossible. I understood this.
Yes.
Like, I understood there's positions in chess, like where the computer will say, oh, it's great for black, but the computer's idea of compensation and initiative is not a human's.
Exactly.
And if a human cannot find these moves, it doesn't matter, you know? So, and that was my feeling, was like, oh, okay, so now she's out of her preparation. You know, and there's so many choices for black, right? Like there's, should you drive the pawn into h3? Should you go a6? Yes, bishop d6. Which queen g5? I mean, so many moves, right? I mean, I think in this situation, you know, the computer evaluation at home doesn't help black so much.
And she went astray very quickly after with the move bishop to d6, castle, and now you're already better.
Yeah, here I played, what was it, F3? Yeah, I mean, D4, castles, queenside. I guess this is the critical moment, right? If we go back. The question is, can I get after castles, queenside? Can I get in the move E4? And, you know, ultimately, I just felt like it was too loose, you know? And, you know, there is some crazy move H3. I don't really know what's going on with H3, E5. Okay, knight E5. Okay, well, I'm not surprised. It is pretty crazy, crazy position. But even if she goes like without H3, if she goes like pawn takes pawn and queen E7, like even this, I really wasn't very sure about. I mean, just because the pawns are hanging in the center.
Yeah.
It feels like you're using your extra pawn, but actually you're also creating play for black on the D file, lots of tactics, lots of files, diagonals. So I mean, okay, I'm glad to see that the computer agreed that I should go for this because I was certainly thinking about
Bishop
it.
D2 was definitely the right choice in the position. Just slowly build up your attack. And I really like the fact that you let your knight stay on E2.
Yeah.
Don't go to C3 because you're probably going to have to come back after the move G5. You anticipated this move G5.
Well, let me
and
tell
her
you,
offense.
actually, when she played Bishop C7, I was a bit unhappy. Like, I'd already kind of seen this idea, but I was like, oh, now she is going to force me to play F4, like this anti-positional move. I'm going to have this bad dark squared bishop. So I was definitely concerned when I saw Bishop C7. But ultimately, okay, like, you know, I blocked the bishop with F4.
Yes.
And I still have this extra pawn. She cannot trade the light squared bishops yet. There's play against her king as well. So it felt, okay, like not a disaster, let's say, to have the pawn at F4.
I think at this point you were already kind of cruising.
Yeah, so she decided to play very bravely, giving up that, well, I don't know who's brave. It's me taking it or her and giving it up. But, like, you know, she gave up this pawn on D5. And
it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, oh no, that wasn't our game, Christian.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Rook to G6 at this point.
Yeah. I'd have to be a little bit careful here. Oh, there were a lot of like ways I could go wrong. Can I just show you one of them?
Sure.
Like, I mean, her whole trick is that if I go like say, a move back, 2 moves back with the pawn still on A2, B2. If I go D5, right, like knight E5.
Yes.
I mean, that's a big trick in the position, and you definitely don't want to fall for that because I guess you guys maybe looked at things like that, but I mean, I actually get myself mated, very sad.
That's a checkmate.
You know, D5 was like my main idea, but then there was this big obstacle in playing it, so I had to like completely reorient myself and find like a different plan, which I guess was pretty decent.
Which you did. It was, in fact, the best way forward. Now, you're facing her again tomorrow with the black pieces. All you need is a draw to get the title.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your chances? What are you going to do? Are you going to do anything differently?
Yeah, well, I think I will just play my game and play the same way I've been playing all my games. And, you know, hopefully that's going to be good enough.
Congratulations, Irina. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Irina, as she continues her winning ways.
She's in a
very impressive.
In a very good situation as well, because
Absolutely.
of course, if she beats Alice
Or draws tomorrow.
If she beats Alice tomorrow,
Okay.
then she will just win. She will be the
Yes.
American Cup winner.
Absolutely, back to back. In fact, she is the defending champion, but a draw is enough.
A draw is enough. Yes,
As well.
exactly. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I was thinking about for tie breaks and playoffs, and then there will be a winner. But
That's
no.
true.
But that's
true.
assuming that Alice
But we
will
have
win.
also a special guest in studio, a man who really pushed us to our limits, and I don't think we understood this game very well. Maybe he understood it a lot better than us.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear his thoughts. I mean, it was
Exactly.
so complex. And we're with Hikaru right now.
Christian, take it away.
Hikaru, what started as a slow-paced game turned into this complete mess, complete drama. Tell us the story of this game.
Yeah, I mean, well, last time I was here and I played this E4 line was the 2019 U.S. Championship against Sam Sevian, who I played here as well. And I mean, it was kind of similar situation in this game as that one, where my opponent got the double pawns, Wesley having these pawns on B6 and B5, and I thought I was just a little bit better in the middle game, but it kind of, I think Wesley played very well, first of all, that has to be said. But yeah, keep going.
For whatever
Actually,
reason, I'm not getting the game.
Yeah, he played knight d4. That's the reason he didn't go bishop d4.
Which is a bit strange.
No, but I mean, no, so go back. He didn't play bishop d4 at all.
Got it. Ah, okay. Wait.
Ah, you're deep in the analysis. Was this like preparation for Fabiano or something?
No. This was your game.
Okay, no. I just see the sidelines, so I thought, I mean, maybe you're already doing work for Fabiano while you do your commentary.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, it was a position that I thought I was a little bit better, but it's very hard to judge. I mean, I have the easy moves. Wesley is the one who had to come up with sort of the ideas in the middle game. And then it just started getting wildly out of control. Like, I mean, there were a couple of options. First of all, he didn't play Queen G4, but let's just keep going with the game because there's so many interesting moments.
So give me just one second.
Castled.
He played castle.
Queen E2,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, now he didn't go Queen G4 again. He played Rook FE8.
Okay, we're having some problems because this should be updated already.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I mean, I remember the whole game. So, but the thing is, like, see, so when he played Rook E8, I thought he might play B5, and I spent some time looking, or when Wesley was thinking, I was thinking about B5, and then he played Rook E8, F4, and then B5, and I thought this order was imprecise, but somehow, wow, computer just doesn't give much. I mean, it felt very good for me. Like, it feels like I'm trying to do my best Bobby Fischer impersonation with a good bishop versus a bad knight. And I thought everything I did was logical. I thought C5 was correct.
It was the best move, and he was defending with the best moves as well.
Yeah, I mean, I somehow, I played Rook C1, which I thought was also the best move. Then he played C6.
Best move.
And and here also I have a tough decision. Do I take on D6 or do I play F5? I mean, it's very hard to judge, because after F5, Queen to, let's just say E7, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I can take on D6 and play something like G4, but at the end of the day, I figure if I'm not getting D4 in the center here, and I'm just pushing the P on the king side with G4, G5, then like, it's hard to believe this is a real attack. I mean, either it's great or it's really stupid, one way or the other. And I just thought it didn't make a whole lot of sense from a general standpoint. Like, why do I want to go for this? So I tried to keep it under control, and I thought everything I did was good.
D6, knight D7.
Yeah, I mean, wow, 0 is crazy. So I go Queen F2. And then Wesley played F6, which I thought was a good move. And yeah, it was a real pity, because when I spent all my time in this position to play D4, E takes F4, I was going to go Queen takes F4, Queen takes E4, takes D5, but I completely missed Rook A6 here. Completely missed this move. Because if Black plays Rook C8 instead, then I have Rook FE1, and I mean, maybe it's still a draw anyway, but the Rook is getting in.
Yeah.
But if you put the Rook on A6...
He has to find Rook D8.
Yeah, but I mean, no, but the point is on Rook A6. Go back to D5, Rook A6. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is on Rook A6. Now when I go Rook E1, you can just take on D5 stars, but you can even just trade the rooks. Just to, or no, you can't. Sorry, no, you have to take on D5 first.
Take on D5. But
and now D6 hangs.
Position.
Yeah, D6 is hanging at the end, so it doesn't work. So then I have to go for this whole crazy line, but it's very principled, of course, with E5, very forcing. Yeah, takes. Yeah, of course. Now I open up the bishop, Rook E1, Queen D5, and I play Queen E2 here. I mean, in retrospect, considering there was no second time control, probably if I could do it again, I would have played like Bishop E5 or Rook D1 and just made a draw. But I felt like going for it, so I played Queen E2, and I think
you
everything.
This move?
Yeah, but F3 I just take. I thought this is actually
the
much.
Same thing.
Knight G6. Knight G6. Yeah, I mean, because this is why
it's still equal.
No, I know, but this is why computers are so good, because I didn't even consider this. I only saw Knight C4 and Knight D3 to get back to the center. I didn't see this Knight G6 line, but yeah, it's still. I mean, it's wild, because he goes Knight C4, and I just assumed that after takes King F7, there has to be some kind of puzzle here, some kind of big study with Rook E7. But I mean, it still says zeros, which is insane, because after King G6 takes. I mean, originally I wanted to go Bishop C3 after King H6. No, Rook G7.
Keep going. Yep.
King H6. I want to go Bishop C3.
Bishop C3.
Yeah. But then there's Knight to E3. And if I play Rook C1, I think there's Knight to D1. That's the problem. There's Knight D1, and now the Knight is jumping. And yeah, I mean, I saw this. Another line that I also considered was Bishop F6. Queen takes D6 and G4, but I think after just Knight E3, I don't have a checkmate. Like, it looks really good, but there's no checkmate.
Yeah.
I have Rook G8 though. Oh, I have this one.
Right, but this is just a draw. Yeah, I mean, probably.
Okay, but I mean, it's still this is another beautiful mating concept with the pawn on G4 to go Rook G8, Bishop G5. Because the only mating construction I saw was with H4, Rook G5. I didn't see this one with G4, Bishop G5. This is actually beautiful.
Yeah.
Nice. So I mean, I used a lot of time playing Bishop A1. I should have just played this instantly rather than burning like 15 minutes. Wesley played Knight E3, which is a blunder or something.
Yes.
So H4 actually is winning. What?
Well, sort of. knight h4. I think queen d3 was played.
Yeah, so basically if I'd played this quicker, maybe I would have found it. But the thing is, like here, I was down to like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
He goes queen d. Wait a second. What?
King h2 is the best.
No,
move.
wait a second. Wait a second. Why is king h2 good? Queen takes d6. I mean, I was gonna play king h2 originally, but there's queen takes d6.
Rook f7.
Knight d5. Oh, I have bishop f8. No, wait. What?
Bishop
king g6.
here. H5.
Yeah, takes. Oh, I have bishop e5 first. No, actually I saw, I actually saw this, but I saw this with the other order with rook f5. I did very briefly see this. Takes, rook f5, but then king g6, bishop e5, queen e6. Yeah, I very briefly saw this, but this one I'm losing.
Yeah, no more.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I have 20 minutes, maybe I can find this, but still.
It's
very
wild.
Very
completely
yeah.
wild. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for half a second, yeah. I did see this, but I only saw rook f5. I didn't see the other order with bishop e5 first. But I mean, all right, like I'm not stockfish, so like this is really asking for a lot.
But you did play king to f2. That's fine.
Yeah, but this was also based on a complete misunderstanding. Yeah, I did see rook f7, which draws, but I mean at this point, when I went king f2, because I saw, I mean, if I saw king issue, queen d6, rook f7, knight d5, and g3 takes rook f6, which should be a draw. So when I went for this at this point after.
And he took on
Sorry,
A1.
he took on a1, yeah.
Yes, he took on a1, he played rook g5.
Yeah, but see, already at this point when I went king f2, I thought, okay, I'm going for it no matter what. I'm going to try to win. But of course, without a second time control and only like a couple of minutes, it's impossible. Oh, this too is drawing? Wow.
Yeah, after rook g5 is...
No, but I thought I thought I just blundered this because after knight, he played knight d5,
yeah,
d7, queen h8. Yeah. Yeah, now I played rook e4, which is, I mean, this was just a huge blunder because I missed... It's still a draw?
It's still a draw, yeah.
Because we both thought that Wesley was okay. We both thought that. I mean, Wesley and I both thought that he was winning.
No,
because basically after queen f6, king g1, like I spent like all my time calculating rook g5, and it was to get to this line. And I thought queen d6, I have rook e6, and I just win the game. But there's queen e1, queen h4.
Yeah.
So like when I spent my 5 minutes, I was looking at like queen h8 with knight c7 and all kinds of craziness. And I thought I was probably winning there, but. Yeah, so I make the queen, and this is still a draw. Wow.
And you were shaking your head at this point.
We need an engine during the game.
Wesley just popped his head. He said, we need the engine during the game.
So
yes,
king f2, if I go to f2, it's a draw. Yeah, somewhere around here I already, I thought I'd just thrown the game. But, so if I go to f2, g3, it's still a
So
draw.
that's why you were shaking your head. You thought you were lost at this point.
Yeah, I mean, because the whole thing was I thought I had this rook e6, d8 queen, and I win the game.
Yeah.
So when there's queen f6, queen d6, it already feels very bad. But king h8, yeah, and if Wesley had gone queen c7, I think he just wins.
Did you spot?
Yeah,
queen
of course
c7
I did. But
during the game?
I thought after queen c7, maybe I have some weird attempt with like king h3. Oh, but there's queen d7. Yeah, that's the problem. Because I thought king h3, queen f7, rook e5 was still maybe some chances. Because now I have some g4 or something.
Yeah.
I guess queen d7 wins anyway. But it feels like there might be some swindle in here. Yeah, and then fortunately, I mean, Wesley didn't do this. He played the obvious move, which is queen d4.
This is a very practical move, right? Queen to d4.
Yeah.
Centralized. Queen f8 apparently was winning as well, but.
Yeah, but it's hard to go into his end game with queen f8.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, and then after fortunately I spotted king g3, and now I think it's still a draw. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, 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 very strange game. I mean, I guess we both actually played pretty well. I mean, I don't think, I mean, it's hard for me to really be disappointed because there is that one win with king h2, but I mean, that's really, I mean, I just didn't see the move order sequence. Because I did see rook f5, bishop e5, queen e6, but that one I think I'm losing, so it's what it is.
Crazy game today, tomorrow with the black pieces. What do you expect from Wesley?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think at this point I've done what I came here to do, which is not lose rating points. So, just play and see what happens. But I think on the bright side, at least, people should have enjoyed this game today.
Oh, yeah. It was a great game. Hikaru, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great game, just absolutely great game, mesmerizing in fact, and all the head shaking also was confusing for us. Like, did he think he blew the win? Did he think he made a loss? I mean, we were going back and forth in our conjectures, but there was so much content going on in that game. It was really, really special.
And I mean, so many maneuvers that were possible, and it just like.
It's the perfect kind of game to decide a championship. This is the type of game that we want. We don't want to see the guys just making draws and going to some playoffs, which they think will favor them one way or another, but really, put us under the microscope. But we still have tomorrow in front of us.
Yes, we do, because we have another classical game. Now remember, if the match is tied, then we will see playoffs.
Right.
And there are two people who are in a must-win situation. And by win, I mean they must win the match overall. It's Wesley So and Alice Lee.
Exactly.
If they win the match, then the whole tournament continues until Sunday.
Wonderful. And Wesley is with Cristian to explain what was going on in his mind.
That's a good question, Yasser, to start off with. What was going on in your mind, Wesley? Were you thinking that you might have chances to win that game at any point, or did you just think and play for a draw?
No, I was just playing chess.
Playing chess, yeah.
No, but actually I saw the winning move on move 40. Like I had 10 minutes and I totally saw it.
You did see Queen C7.
Yeah, Queen 7, Queen 7. I mean, I was gonna play it, but I thought Queen D4 wins too. I just forgot that his king can advance all the way to F4, E5. So it's a big pity, but at the same time, it's not like I was winning the entire game, and he had chances.
No, you played a very good defensive game up to that point.
Because the problem with Queen C7, I missed two things. First of all, after King G1, Queen F4, which I just missed, and then I just take.
Does Queen F7 still win, or?
Queen F7, I thought Rook G5, and I'm pinned. And it's not so easy.
Not so easy anymore.
Queen G6, Rook G5.
You have to.
But I missed Queen F4. I mean, I saw the pin, but also after Queen C7, after G3, Queen F7, Rook G5, King G7. I forgot that after Rook E7, I have Knight G4. So it's
Rook E7, Knight E4. Yeah.
I mean, I have 10 minutes, so I clearly should have played it, but this tournament I missed so many chances, so it's just part of life. But at the same time, I'm happy that because Hikaru, partly I made some mistakes, couple mistakes in the game, but
it seems like he was better at one point, but it was indeed very, very difficult. This moment, he could have played this move, Rook to E7. I'm not even sure if the engine right now can calculate. Maybe it's still
with a higher depth.
Yeah.
It's really crazy because the game was so complex and made a couple I think we both made a couple of mistakes here and there, but no, it's not so easy with limited time.
It's been very, very difficult to get a victory in this tournament, especially against Hikaru. It's always difficult to get a victory. What are you going to do differently to try to get that result tomorrow?
To try to get that result tomorrow? Well, try to not mess up, try to get an advantage, and try to play well. I mean, today I had a big chance for one move. But at the same time, he had like millions of draws before that. So it's nothing. It's just I'm just happy to still be in the tournament. But Hikaru's a very good player. I'm surprised he's doing so well, even though he spends 24/7 streaming. But if I was him, I wouldn't be able to play this well and create so much content.
Well, Wesley, you got to know Hikaru so personally in this tournament as well. You've played already a very long match against him. What do you feel his strengths, weaknesses are? Can you describe Hikaru as a player in this tournament?
Well, he's been playing really well over the last year, almost over the last 2 years. He's doing so well, like in the Grand Prix, also some Rapid, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, also all the classical tournaments that he played in. Well, he's very good. He's very well prepared in the opening, first of all. He has his longtime second, Chris Liljan.
But how does he do it? Because you just mentioned he streams 24/7. How does he still maintain that preparation?
Yeah, I mean, obviously during the tournament, I guess he memorizes a lot, He prepares with a supercomputer with his second, And then before the tournament, I think he works on his general chess strength for sure. He solves a lot of puzzles. I guess he looks at games too. But you gotta ask him for more comprehensive.
Absolutely.
But I mean, in speed chess, he's definitely in top 2 or top 3 in the world.
Yasser, Jovi.
Yeah,
jump
quick
in.
question for you, Wesley. First of all, I thought it was a great game. Seriously, really enjoyed commentating the game. I just wanted to ask you your opinion about the head shaking at the very end. Did you interpret that as Hikaru blundering the game to a loss or blundering the game to a draw? When you saw him shaking his head, was he indicating to you that he had given up, he had let the victory slip by, or?
Yeah, he probably didn't see the draw in the beginning, like this King G3, King F4, King E5, because I bet he saw King H3, Queen D7, and Black wins. But he probably thought he was losing at some point, and he had very little time. He had 3 minutes. And, well, I've played Hikaru many years. As I said before, when he's shaking his head, that means you're in very big trouble. So actually, it's the opposite. When he's shaking his head, then, you know, that's when he starts looking for most chances. Like in the rapid game, the first rapid game, he started shaking his head also, but then he was playing for a win. Then he found all the best moves. So
he's deceiving.
No,
he's shaking his head.
No, it's totally deceiving. When he's shaking his head, you know that he's looking for all the tricks he do. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I don't really... I think it's my fault for not playing Queen C7, playing Queen D4 too quickly. But I was also getting very tired. You know, I'm the only player who didn't have a rest day here. So it's not so easy to play 4 or 5 hours every single day, and then you also have to prepare a little bit, so that's why I have to be in good physical shape. So.
We'll let you get your rest, Wesley. We'll look forward to the game tomorrow. And again, I think it was a great game.
Also,
really
very
good.
happy birthday to you, Yasser.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for a lot of serious cash.
Serious what?
Serious cash. Birthday presents.
He wants
cash.
cash.
Is king.
He wants cash.
He only takes cash in a briefcase.
You don't want cakes or cupcakes, huh?
Well, I got the cupcakes. I got the cupcakes covered, but the cash, serious cash.
Leave the briefcase at the door, Wesley.
Thank you, Wesley. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Yasser.
Nice. What a super finals we've had, grand finals that we've had. As Irina wins, puts the pressure once again on Alice, and these two guys, they're such gladiators. They're great.
Slugfest, and it was
great.
mind-boggling, and it was just an amazing first day, I have to say, of the grand final. And Cristian, what do you think about today's day of action?
Oh, just an incredible day of action, I have to say. I'm mightily surprised by the way this game between Wesley and Hikaru developed. Pleasantly surprised, I have to say, and I think there's still a lot of fight left between these two players, and that matchup between Irina and Alice Lee. Alice Lee will have a great chance with the white pieces try to come back in this match tomorrow, and we will be here to call all the action. Guys, I've been having a lot of fun, and I think you guys have been having a lot of fun as well, so I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Absolutely, and we hope that you've been enjoying yourself, and if you have, tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Same time, same place.
Good night.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.